Hello everyone. Hopefully we are live. And I'm really hoping that people can hear you. No, of course they can't. Why would they be able to hear you? Okay, I'm assuming no one else can hear you. Let's try that. You can hear me.
Yes.
There we go. That should be it. Can only hear Kirby, yes. Can someone else talk for a second, please?
Green apples suck.
Green apples are the best.
Thank you, guys.
Wow. Oh my god, I could have told you it'd be a green apple.
That's a very strange slur, but okay.
I like green apples.
Oh, Luna! What are we going to do?
The lines
Hey.
have been drawn.
But better than red apples.
Well, like pink ladies are my favorite.
Oh, there
Yes.
you go.
Oh,
That's
thank
fine.
God.
It's
But-
fine.
But now this was coming because this came up with
I dropped my phone.
We're
Yeah.
getting
Sorry.
derailed slightly here.
yeah.
How long has that taken, and who had that on the bingo?
I mean, it's within 2 minutes, so let's go with that.
I think it already happened before we even went live. But,
This is
Amazing.
true.
Mm.
Red resentment, yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome along to an episode of The Dungeons and the Dragons, where we run the campaign formerly known as Curse of Strahd.
Shotgun the dungeons.
Shotgun the
Shotgun
Dungeons.
Shotgun the dragons.
Shotgun Strahd?
Anyway, yes, we are going to do our first episode of this today. And yeah, that's just gonna highlight that any of the redeems that relate to things like putting on funny voices or word bands and things like that, unfortunately, are going to be temporarily suspended for tonight, for obvious reasons. So I have just refunded you that, Alba, for not for banning me from using the word roll. So yes. Just to say hello to everyone, Gaijin Gamer, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. Claire Ola Duffy, welcome into the chat. Mr. Doom, Mr. Steele, Indinio, Coldrick, Sotka, welcome on into the chat. Excellent. Okay. And Nummy Numbers, who could that be in the chat? Welcome on in. So, yes, as I say, I'm joined by some wonderful people tonight. And, oh god, and Gaijin Gamer, and yeah, that's also, as I say, any point redeems of those kinds are not going to be honoured just yet. I will refund you shortly. So, with me tonight, first off, I have the wonderful Nummy Numbers.
Hello. I am Nummy Numbers, and I will be playing Sorrow, who is a human war mage.
Fantastic. I also have the lovely Tex.
Hi, I'm Tex. I'll be playing Yaki, who is a dark elf cleric with very little fashion sense.
Fantastic. I have Luna Mort.
I see I didn't get an adjective.
I have the apple-loving Luna Mort.
Wow, what a cop-out. Anyway, I am Luna. I will be playing Rose, who is a changeling sorcerer.
Fantastic. Thank you. We have the ineffable Gaijin.
I will be playing. I'm Gaijin. I will be playing Jack Stable, the stable lad, who is a half-orc fighter. Sometimes thinks he's human, apparently.
Fantastic. And the effervescent Claire Ola Duffy.
Hiya, I'm Claire. I'll be playing Scythe, the high elf druid. Ooh, I forgot.
Fantastic. Yeah, just as a reminder, as obviously with every stream, I am a charity streamer raising money currently for cancer research There will be a link in the chat at some point should you wish to make a donation. Similarly, any of the tipping, so point things that affect the game will not be honoured tonight. They'll be refunded when we get to the end of the game, or at least when I get some time later. And any donations, similarly, where you'd normally donate to get me to put on a funny voice or sing a song or do whatever, those you can just give money to charity, but unfortunately they won't be redeemed in this stream, so we can always move them to a later stream if you want to do that. Next one, just before we begin, so the music for tonight's game is going to be provided by Syrinscape. So Syrinscape are lovely people and wonderful, and I always use them for my D&D things. And I do actually want to say that as well as them making me say it. So it's honest as well. So I just need to share my audio very quickly and begin that. So unless anyone has anything further, we can begin our game. Oh, thank God. Okay. So let's just check the volume on that. That's way too loud. There we go. You find yourself standing on an outcropping, surrounded by an almost perfect silence. Mist swirling around your heels and snapping at your cloak. Before you is a majestic and foreboding landscape. Pine trees litter the valley below as far as you can see, except for the long curving road that bisects them, until finally it twists out of sight. But you're not alone. Beside you stand 4 others, each with a similar expression to yours. You don't know where you are, you don't know who you are, and you don't know why you're here. Just turning that down a little bit. It was quite a hefty. Yeah. You turn to see these strange faces that you're stood next to. What would you like to do?
Hi.
Hello.
Is this a prank? Do you guys having a bit of banter?
This rather doesn't feel like the time for banter, does it?
Okay, haha! You got me! We can stop!
As you stare around at each other, you notice that the mist that has been swirling around you and snapping at your heels up until now starts to draw in closer, almost menacingly. And from out of the mist, you hear the cry of a lone wolf. There's a brief pause, and then there's another one. And then another one. And then a whole chorus of wolves that don't seem to be... You can't tell how far away they are, because it seems to be echoing quite a lot. But you get the sense that they're probably quite close.
Maybe we should move.
Yeah.
Do we see any buildings nearby?
You don't. You see in front of you, you can just see this path that leads through a large pine forest. And that seems to be the only distinguishable landmark in the near area.
Is that where the wolf noise is coming from?
No, the wolf noises are coming from behind you, and you're kind of on this slight outcropping, which is just above where this pine forest is.
Okay.
Are there any vantage points that I can try and get a lay of the land from?
You're already on top of what's we'll call it a slight hillock. You are stood on kind of the higher point of ground at the moment, and again, the forest seems to go to the horizon at the moment. However, there are also kind of like mountainous regions to the side and kind of off in the far distance.
Well, I suggest if we use the path through the forest, we might be able to use it as defenses to avoid being flanked if the wolves come any closer.
Sounds good to me.
I'll lead the way.
Very well. The half-orc human begins making their way down the hill towards this road, which almost stretches up to meet the group of you. And you find yourself walking along this path. As you do so, the mist almost drops back to about 20 to 30 feet. It's very hard to see through anything because it's obscuring your vision beyond anything that's in the near vicinity. But the wolves are still howling, but the cries seem to be getting further off. You get the sense that you're moving away from them. You carry on walking, and for about 10 minutes or so, seemingly kind of walking through almost like a looping landscape. It's just all trees and this road that occasionally curves slightly to the left and slightly to the right, seemingly for no reason. But then you find yourself in front of this huge stone wall, and before you are these sets of what must be very thick wooden gates, double doors type thing, and stretching up to about 30 feet tall. And on either side of the gates there is a stone statue of about 20 feet or so. And both of them, you look at the ground next to them and you see that both of them have been presumably beheaded, because the heads of the statues are lying on the ground in front of them.
Are the statues in any way identifiable?
Make a history check.
Sure. I know which dice I'm using on this. Yeah. Okay, that's 16.
16. Okay. You are reasonably sure that you don't know who any of these people are. Either of the statues. They seem to focus more on the kind of the outfit that they're wearing than the face underneath the helmet. It's kind of akin to the statues of the kings of Gondor in Lord of the Rings. Like, it's that, but decapitated. And
Sorry, carry on.
No, I was going to say they're just garbed in kind of what you'd almost call standard plate armor.
Can I take my lance and poke one of the heads?
Yeah, easy enough. You take your lance and poke, and it feels like a heavy stone head. It doesn't react to you in any way. It doesn't seem surprised, and it doesn't seem offended.
Are they like? Can you lift them? Is that like to put it back on? Or are they? I don't know the scale.
I mean, it would be physically possible to try and do so.
Can I try and mend them? Like, can I cast mending to like fuse the head with the body?
You could. The only problem is that the area of the neck is larger than a foot across.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a bit too big for the spell.
Cool.
I want to try and lift one of the heads up and put it on.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Strength athletics. Come on. 18.
An 18. You strain and just manage to lift up there. The stone's actually a little bit lighter than you first took it to be, but you are still holding what's essentially one of those Olympic stones type thing. You lift it up and then you look up and realise that the statue's 20 feet tall. And you think you're going to have kind of like a tough time getting up to that level unless you've got some way to elevate yourself.
Has anyone tried knocking on the gates?
Yeah, I was going to say I just want to knock on the gate.
Can I knock on the gates?
Yeah, of course. Rose, you walk forward and the gates open before you, just seemingly sensing your presence. Beyond, on the other side, you see a continuation of the pine forest that was what you've come from. Seemingly no different.
Well, that's weird.
Yes, rather. Well, I suppose we should continue in this direction then.
We might as well. I'm assuming somebody knows that we're here.
You proceed through the gates, and
I'm
as you do,
still carrying the head with me.
okay. Yeah, if you could make me another athletics check, please. You carry on through the gates, somewhat slower than before. 10?
9.
9. Okay. It's about 9 seconds before your kind of like strength gives out and you kind of like your knees start wobbling, and you realise you either need to put this stone down or give yourself a hernia.
I drop it.
Okay. Yeah. This huge stone stead just now lies in the middle of the pathway, blocking anyone's travel should they arrive by, say, wagon or anything that isn't,
Security defences.
However, you all make it through the gates, and they swing shut behind you with an ominous slamming noise. You carry on down this road. Can I get a marching order, please?
I mean, I feel like I'm quite wandery, so I could be literally anywhere. I could be at the front, just not paying much attention.
I wanted to go knock on the doors at the start, as Rose did, so probably either at the front or behind Rose.
Okay. Thank you. In which case, as you're travelling down, Yaki, Rose, and Sive, you all catch a scent on the wind. And it's a familiar smell. Perhaps more to some of you than others, but it is the smell of a decomposing humanoid.
There's been trouble here.
It's not good.
I suspect we'd rather not get involved.
Is it in the direction that we're going? Like as we go forward, does it get worse?
It does, but it seems to be coming from slightly off to the side. It seems as though it's in the woods somewhere.
I'm gonna kind of shift in the middle or somewhere where people are around me, just avoid the sides.
Are all of us aware of this yet?
Those are the three who smelt it.
Did they deal it?
Who's been here before? Yeah, so it's up to them whether they're communicating that.
What's up? What's up?
Does anyone else smell that?
Yeah, as soon as Sive mentions it, it's kind of very obvious. Like you go, oh yeah, I know that smell.
I do know that smell. Nobody else want to go look at it?
I mean, yeah, what if somebody. What
I mean,
if.
we can do.
Someone's in trouble. I'll go help them.
I don't think. I think it's too late for whoever this
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
But what
but
if.
we can find out what happened.
Very well.
I stride off in the direction of the smell.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you.
It's
I
not.
follow.
Yeah, I'll go along.
It's not tricky to follow this this track. For those of you who are like keen hunters and trackers, the path was pretty clear that this individual took, and you find them before too long. Not fresh, shall we say, wriggling with lots of little life forms that kind of roll everywhere and don't seem too interested in you, to be honest, but they certainly are making an interesting scent. However, you do spot quite obviously that this person seems to be a human, as best you can tell, has been torn apart by something. There are like very obvious. You don't die this way from food poisoning, shall we say that? There are lots of kind of open wounds. However, there is also very clearly kind of like pointing out of the pocket of one of their at the top of one of their pockets, you can see that there is a scroll.
I'm gonna get it.
I see. Very well. In which case, you find yourself with a scroll. It's got a wax seal on it, embossed with the letter B.
Would we recognize this seal from anywhere?
You look at it and you don't recognise it. It's fairly... It's not particularly intricate. It just is simply the letter B. But it doesn't have like a house coat of arms or anything like that as well.
I just rip it off and open the scroll.
Very well. In that case, you receive a message that I've just sent you.
Oh,
Can I see how long the body might have been dead for?
Yeah, you can make a medicine or a survival check.
Let's make a medicine. Okay, that's not a good medicine check. That's an 8.
An 8. You can be sure that it's at least 3 days based on the decomposition. However, it could have been longer than that. You're not sure, because the maggots and things that are eating it are doing quite a good job of picking it clean. You get the sense it won't be around for too much longer as flesh.
Is it possible to like check around the body for signs of any other people or creatures or whatever having come, or the potential
Yeah, make a survival check.
culprit?
While he's doing that, can I keep an eye just around us, just to see if there's anyone kind of waiting or anything?
Yeah, sure. Perception. Lots of
17
rolls all at once.
18.
18. Okay. You look around and it seems to have rained relatively recently, but you do pick up a number of paw prints that would be akin to wolves. However, what's slightly more troubling is you find other ones nearby that are similar to wolves, except they're a lot bigger.
I relay this information to the party, and take my bow out just in case. It's your protector.
I got a 13.
13. You don't spot anyone nearby, but also the mist is still making it quite hard to see around you. You seem to be alone for the time being.
Does the name Kolyan Indirovich mean anything to anyone?
No.
Okay.
Not immediately, no.
Does Barovia mean anything to anyone?
Does Barovia mean anything to anyone? Are we supposed to roll for it?
Doesn't sound familiar to anyone.
No, not someone I'm aware of.
Barovia is
Something.
either where we are or it's somewhere nearby. I am going to pass this note around everybody.
Okay, I will put it in the group chat. Just in case anyone wants to read it out, or I can also read it out, should people desire.
I'm happy to read it.
Go for it.
Hail thee of might and valor. I, the Burgermeister of Barovia, send you honor with despair. My adopted daughter, the fair Irina Kolyana, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the lifeblood of my people. Now my dear Irina languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He has become too powerful to conquer. So I say to you, give us up for dead and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy men call upon the power that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Barovia. Leave our sorrows to our graves and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we are all departed for a better life. Kolyan Indirovich.
Masterfully done.
I grip my bow a little bit tighter.
I'm gonna put my hand on my crossbow and kind of take it out.
It's at this point that you hear a single wolf's cry, seemingly almost reacting to your sudden alertness.
Is there a way to get up onto the walls?
The walls you've left behind about 10-15 minutes ago.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah, if you've got any way to climb, like they looked climbable, as long as you have some way of doing so. It's not like they were impossibly tall. They were just big.
Is there anything nearby that I can try and climb onto to get a bit more of a advantage and see if there is the wolf that we can hear?
There are lots of trees. You can try and climb a pine tree.
I will try and climb a pine tree.
Okay. How would you like to do this?
Using brutes? Actually.
Using brute strength?
No. I can do either. I can go masterfully and swiftly.
You give me the flavouring. How did you do this?
Took a little bit of a run,
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit of a spring into the lower branches,
I see.
and then nimbly hopping between them to reach the top.
By all means, roll for it.
Assume it's dex acrobatics right now.
That's what you want, sure.
I'm pretty good in both of these. Oh, okay. I was until my dice lied to me.
Excellent. 7. You take the springing leap that you take it's textbook. It's beautiful, and as you launch off the ground, you look at the trees around you and think, these branches don't look as sturdy as I thought. You land on one of the ones down the bottom, and it looked quite sturdy from a distance. You spring on it, and it just cracks under your weight, and you kind of like you look around, a little bit sheepish, but I think everyone saw.
I'm gonna help you up off the floor.
I'm just gonna laugh.
Can I help as well? And like, as I touch him, can I cast guidance? I'm just encouraging, like, you can try again if you want.
I try again, and this time I decide to use my lance as like a pole vault. So really go for it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Acrobatics or yeah, this would be acrobatics.
Perhaps I'll hit it very correctly. Nope, that's still only an 8.
Did you add a D4?
Did you add a
No.
D4?
No.
Add your D4.
Oh, soft. That's gonna be enough.
11.
11. Okay. The good news is you don't break your lance, which was, you know, at risk of happening if you like struck a stone in a funny way or anything like that. You managed to kind of like you stick the lance into the ground, kind of find yourself basically at the arc of this jump, and then just find yourself swinging slowly backwards before landing down on the ground again.
Do I at least land on my feet?
Yeah. You're not on your
So
ass.
it's just stylish. This was meant to happen.
Yeah.
I was just trying to see what I could see at the top. Did I see anything while I was at the top?
No, you're in a forest. You saw lots of other trees.
Can I
Well,
just
if you're
have
done playing around,
can I have like a quick look at the body to see if there was anything else, if he had anything else on him?
Yeah, by all means. Make a quick investigation check.
22.
Excellent. Okay. So, he had a small pouch of coin. You can find about 5 silver in there, but that is all he's got.
I'll take it. Thank you very much.
Oh, you do also find some rotten food, but it's rotten. So unless you want that.
How distracted might animals be by rotten food?
It seems to be bread and like hard cheese. It's not meat, shall we say?
I feel like it might come in useful.
Okay, you have some rotten bread and cheese.
Excellent, thank you.
Very good. What would you like to do next?
We should probably make a move.
Yeah, I don't think we should stay around long.
I throw for the. How about some paw prints leading the way? Do we follow?
I think we should go the other way.
yeah, so I don't think we should be looking for trouble if we don't have to.
So from what you found when you were investigating earlier, Jack, you found that kind of like around the body they were all in that kind of like trampled mess, you know, where a number of bodies have kind of been rotting in circles and so on. However, they do seem to have come out of the forest rather than from the road.
Dangerous beasts pose trouble to everyone who travels this road.
I think we have something more dangerous to worry about.
I think we also need to worry about how we got here.
Very well.
Maybe if we can find this man, Indirovich, maybe he can tell us what's going on and why we're here.
Very good.
The only way is continue down the road.
You carry on down the road, seemingly uninterrupted for the time being. You aren't assaulted or assailed by any murderous wolves or giant beasts or horrible things on your way, and things relatively peaceful for the majority of your travels. It's not long before you... Well, it's actually quite a while. It's a couple of hours, in fact, before you reach the edge of the woods. The light, or what little there is of it, because the entirety of the sky is clouded over. It's almost... You'd almost call it dim lighting. Yeah, the light begins to dim, and you get the sense that you're probably getting close to evening. However, you emerge from the woods at this point, and you can see that there's a large grassland in front of you, but off in the far distance, probably about half an hour's medium pace, or less so at a jog, you see a town surrounded by a wooden wall. And throughout this field you can also see that there's kind of a river of fresh water running. Though the grass itself doesn't seem to be doing too well and has this kind of almost sickly hue to it.
Well, I think that's as good a bet as any.
There was a wall.
There
was a wall.
Yeah, there's a wooden wall.
I nod meaningfully towards the wall whilst making eye contact with Jack. Go on then.
I take the hint.
You set off across the grassland. There is a clear path of easy walkings, and you make your way there. You find yourself there in about half an hour's time, and during the course of that, darkness has started to draw in, and you can see that there are people walking about the ramparts of the wall, holding torches, kind of just like staring out into the darkness. And no one seems to notice you. The gates themselves are shut. And no one seems to notice you as they walk about on top of the ramparts. Say again?
How tall is this wall?
It's about 15 feet.
Math works.
What are you going to do to my nice wall?
I wasn't going to do anything to the wall.
Okay.
I was going to go over the top of it.
If that is what you want, tell me how.
Well, 10-foot lance. Nearly 6-foot half orc.
Right.
Just up and over the top. Land on the ramparts.
Let's try. All right. Yeah,
You
sure.
have to stand on the
guidance.
lance to.
Yeah, that would involve the lance not going into the floor at all, of course, and it would involve you catching the tip of the wall with your feet. But it's technically not impossible.
I'm gonna guidance him again.
You see the look of...
Don't die.
Well, you know that look by now.
Don't encourage him.
I'd like to walk towards the gate while this is happening, please.
Yep, same.
Okay.
I'd like to just eat some popcorn, but unfortunately I don't have any.
You have
got
some rotten bread.
food.
I'm saving that for
The duck attack.
something special.
I might be able to make it taste nice for you.
Interesting.
If
All I
only
will say is I've rolled a d20 and a d4, and it depends whether you want me to go athletics or strength.
I feel like it doesn't really matter to me which one you choose.
Either way, I'm looking at 23 minimum.
23, okay.
Or 24 if I go the other way.
Let's go with the higher number. And what was it? Which one was it?
That was strength.
Strength athletics. Okay.
Yeah.
You take a run up with your lance and you start charging towards the wall. Make a perception check, by the way.
I might get up to +1 with a 2 modifier. 4, 6.
6. Okay. You don't see Scythe just kind of like, for one, cast guidance on you, but then seeing you kind of like start to run up, just kind of like just edge into your path slightly, so you subconsciously move slightly to the right. Your lance, as it goes down, just strikes a rock and instead of sinking into the dirt, just hoists you up in the air. You find yourself upside down, hanging off the ramparts of this wall. Well, not the ramparts. You find yourself hanging off the wall by your feet, and by some feat of strength, you just kind of like clench your knees and legs and pull yourself up by your feet. And find yourself on the wall next to a very curious looking guard holding a torch going, "Who the bloody hell are you?"
Jack.
Why don't you just call out? We'd open the bloody gate for you. Who are you? And he kind of like waves a torch vaguely in your face.
Jack Stable. Knight of the Realm.
Which realm? I ain't heard of you.
I don't know where we are.
Who are your allegiances to?
My own allegiances. To my family.
Well, it sounds fishy to me. Fine. Alright, you better not find you catching trouble, causing trouble in my town, alright? You hear me?
Deal.
Alright, bloody hell, get in.
Thank you.
Get off
Can
my
I open
wall.
the gate and let my friends in?
Depends, they're going to try and jump over the wall as well.
That's why I said, can I open the gate? They don't have to then.
Look, if you're a wrong 'un, or if you're a band of wrong 'uns, I'm going to whack you with my torch.
I'll whack you with my stick.
Well, I guess we'll see who rolls higher then. Get off. And he kind of like calls out to someone down below, "Open the gate! We've got people coming in!"
I shout to the rest of the party, can someone pick up my lance for me and bring it round?
I don't.
Oh, I'm already at the gate. I can't.
Get up.
Okay.
I just wave.
It's unwieldy. You make your way into what is quite possibly one of the most miserable towns you've ever seen. You're surrounded by wooden buildings that would be, on a good day, described as ramshackle. There are a number of buildings that you can see straight away are boarded up, have broken glass and window panes. Some just have doors swinging ajar. And as you go to take a step into the town, you see just a number of rodents just slink away from something that they were gnawing at in the middle of the road.
Oh, so it's just Nuneaton then.
I was going to say Radcliffe.
I realised that was just for Nummy, but I'm okay with that.
I appreciated it.
Yes. The streets are muddy, and from somewhere within the town you can hear the sound of a woman wailing. But not the sound of someone who's just crying, the sound of someone who's been crying for days and it's kind of just like their voice is cracked and they just given up all hope of trying to, not... They've given up trying to contain their grief, shall we say. It seems that the houses towards the outskirts seem to be more uninhabited and do not have lights on from the outside.
Can we hear what direction said wailing is coming from?
Yeah, it seems to be coming from dead ahead of you. Can anyone tell what direction they're facing? Like, as a character thing, given that there is no sun?
things-
Wanderer, ex-member of maps and geography, always remember the layout of settlements. So I don't know if that's going to help.
You might be able to make a check. I'm just seeing if anyone has like an automatic thing where you go, oh yeah, actually my character's got a compass that always points to the right direction, something like that. That's all I was asking. Yeah, if anyone wants to.
No, I've only got a compass that points to the treasure of the Black Pearl. But
I see. Your heart's true desire. I see.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
Let's go for
Unfortunately, that's in a different location in this land. So, yeah, Jack's stable. Should you wish to, you can make a quick survival check.
12.
12. You've got no idea what direction it's in. It's coming from straight ahead of you, but you don't know what point on the compass that is.
It's somewhere ahead of us, guys.
I would just like to keep walking towards it.
Okay. Can I get a quick group perception check?
is it?
19 minus 1. 18.
I got a nat 20 with
This-
something.
Does this perception check rely on sight and what I'm trying to perceive as direct sunlight?
No. So it's evening time, but also even when it was light earlier, you didn't feel like you were overburdened with sight or light, shall we say?
Okay, in which case 16.
I got
Yeah.
a 4. I really don't care.
You're heading towards the wailing sound, just in general.
Mine is just a 20. I forgot that I'm not very wise.
Okay. New character, who dis? Excellent. Okay. And Scythe?
11.
11. Okay. So Jack and Rose, as you're walking along, you notice as you kind of like walk past one of these streets, you see that there is a very elderly woman, kind of like pulling this hand cart behind her, like a little, almost like rickshaw type thing, but a cart, and kind of like going and knocking on these doors. She seems to be going to quite a few of them, and every now and again you'll see most of them don't open up, but every now and again she knocks on the door and someone will open up and she'll start trying to sell them things.
She's the wailing one.
No, she's just an old woman. You carry on through the town, and before very long at all, you find yourself in what is clearly like the central part, where the most houses are that have lights in them. You see that there are two large buildings. The one to your left is called Bildrath's Mercantile, or however you pronounce that word. And the one across from it, on your right, is a tavern. And if you're still trying to perceive where the wailing is coming from, then you can hear that it's coming down the street to the left, beyond the mercantile shop, Bildrath's Mercantile.
Well, I think we should see what this wailing is about before we make use of the tavern.
I was going to have one glass and then make use of the wailing sound. Wait. I know what I'm
think you might
trying
have
to say.
misphrased that. Well, I'd rather deal with these things sober and then, yeah, but no, it might give us extra motivation to find a drink.
Although, yeah, woman in need always needs my help. Anyone in need always needs my help.
I've heard that a friend in need is a friend indeed.
That'd be
I was
true.
raised with all women and we helped men out a great deal. More often than not, actually. And I carry on towards the voice.
I've
Okay.
started heading towards the voice as well.
I will remind you all that you don't have any memories at this point.
Oh. I have a very strong feeling that you're wrong there, Jack.
Sorry, I retract quoting the famous ballad of my
I have
favourite bard, Placebo.
a weird feeling that I don't really care that there's a woman wailing, but I don't know why.
All
Yeah,
I
every
know
now and
is-
again you'll get like flashes of inspiration to you that just seem to come out of nowhere, such as a friend indeed. But yes, currently you seem to
in
have
my heart,
no
I've
memories.
got to help. My heart tells me to help.
I think we should find out. I'm gonna just walk towards the.
Okay. The shop is next door to the house where the wailing is coming from. It turns out you arrive there very quickly indeed, and the door itself to this house is just swung open, and you can hear that the crying is coming from upstairs.
I'm gonna do the kind of courtesy like knock, but kind of open at the same time and call in. Excuse me, is there someone there? Maybe talk.
As you do so, you hear the wailing just stop for a moment, and you just kind of hear the like ragged breathing of someone who has been crying for a long time and just has heard something and is now drawing breath and kind of just trying to control themselves a little bit. You just hear this ragged breathing just get to the top of the stairs, and there you see this dishevelled looking woman, like very patchwork dress, covered in like dirt, as if she's basically been crying for days straight. She goes, "Who are you?"
Good to meet you. My name's Yaki.
I see.
Sounds like there are some problems that you might be having.
Oh, please. It's my daughter. She's gone missing. She's run away to the castle. And she kind of like she goes to walk down the stairs and then kind of like trips and just holds onto the banister, and you can see she's probably not eaten anything for a good couple of days as well. She gets down to and she like starts walking towards you, and when she gets to you, she's like clawing onto your like your forearm to support herself, but also in like a pleading way. Because she's run away. She's gone to and she kind of like points out the door, and it's very hard to see in the low level of light. But behind you, she points up, and you see that behind this village there is this huge cliff. It's several kind of like 100 or 1,000 feet up, and atop this cliff there is this huge Gothic structure of a castle. And as she does so, the clouds clear, the moon comes out behind it, kind of illuminating it somewhat.
Did we not notice that when we came in?
Well, that seemed a rather convenient timing for the weather change to make it visible.
Or was there someone planned it?
Look, why? Is there any reason she would go?
Oh, it's the devil. The devil in the castle. He makes people lose their minds. And you see
No,
her kind of
lady,
like clawing at her face, like trying to wipe the tear stains away.
Can I try and calm her down and cast prestidigitation to like clean her up a bit, like just make her feel less,
Yeah, make a persuasion check. Roll for people handling.
people handling. I'm trying to be nice.
I know.
Oh, 12. Sorry, I'm struggling to read the dice.
That's okay.
With where is? Oh, +6. 18.
18. You go ahead and you start casting the magic, and she kind of like, you see this like it's not quite panic-stricken, but it's certainly like there's a certain pang in her eyes as she like sees you doing this. She doesn't stop you from doing it, but she like as you finish, she kind of like grabs your wrist and she's like, "You shouldn't use magic, miss. He'll see you. He'll come after you." Just keep it hidden. You know, keep it your secret.
Who is this that might come after us?
Oh, the devil in the castle.
I rather think the devil is probably not living in a castle.
You haven't seen
Milady,
it.
what's your daughter's name?
Gertruda. She's a silly thing, but she's the only thing I've got. And I know she
Tell
hates
me.
it here.
Does the name Kolyan Dirovich mean anything to you?
Yeah, of course. He's the leader of the village. He's a good man.
No, we may find him.
He's be at the Burgermeister's house. It's just at the far side of town, and she kind of like points out and then points down the street. Basically, the way you came. If you go to the pub and then keep going, it's down there. So it's the biggest building. You'll notice it straight away. She starts clasping her hands and just really like gripping them.
We'll find your daughter.
She looks at you, and there's like a brief glimmer of hope. Willie, do you mean that, sir? And she starts just like clawing at you a little bit.
That's how much you pay us.
I don't have much. I can
No.
give you. Let me see what I can find. And she kind of like scrabbles back into the house.
I look at Yaki with a "What on earth was that about? How rude!" Look.
She emerges, and so you see she's got a tiny pouch, and she opens it up. It's not much. It's only 10 gold, but it's all I've got. Take it. And she kind of like just thrusts it towards Yaki.
I was going to say, can I step in and like close her fingers over the pouch and be like, I don't need your money.
She kind of looks a bit confused and then looks at Yaki, kind of like trying to see what he's feeling.
Just gonna shrug and let Jack
Oh, thank you.
be noble.
She kind of like looks up at you like almost like anime stars like in her eyes, just like, oh, thank you, sir. Oh,
Moonlight backlighting me.
yeah, pretty much. It's very much your hair blowing gracefully in the breeze. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. It's all I've got left. All I've got left. And just starts.
What I think is really important is that you have something to drink and eat. Can I help her get something to eat?
Oh yeah, I've got some food you can have if you want it.
No, Sorrow, it's okay.
Right.
I've seen the kind of food you've picked up.
Can I take a single gold piece out of my finances and hand it to her and say, there's a pub down the road. Buy yourself a drink and a meal.
She kind of like at this show of generosity to like a gold to normal people is quite a lot of money, and she's like there just looking at you, like almost flabbergasted with this show of generosity. God bless you, sir. Look, keep yourself safe. Thank you, and just kind of like backs away and like half bowing and kind of is showing gratitude.
Hi, sorry. What's your name?
My name's. She thinks about it for a second. Mary, Mad Mary, they call me. Guess why?
Mary, do you get many people passing through here?
Not twice.
Does everyone have memory issues here? The odd question I have, just...
You're asking the wrong person. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mad Mary. I'm Jack Stable.
Nice to meet you, Sir Jack.
I would suggest you probably don't call her Mad Mary. Mary would probably do fine.
I like scratch my head as in like confused as why I shouldn't.
So,
Did we get directions to that house?
yes, you did.
I want to smile at Mary, like kindly, and then I want to look at Jack, and my eyes are just going to go very dark for a second, and then I'm going to start walking towards the house.
Okay. The house you're going towards is the Burgermeister's house, yeah?
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, it's basically a straight line. You head back the way you came and keep going further, and before too long you see this large... It's not large in the sense of... It's not a stately home. It was at some point, it would have been a slightly nicer house than the ones around it. And it has a first story as well as a ground floor. Whereas a lot of these houses seem to only have like one level. And at one point it was conceivably painted white. However, you arrive outside this this slightly larger house, and you can see that the grounds around it, they are churned, shall we say. The flower beds that once were kind of like underneath all the windows and everything have long since been ground to mush. The walls itself are covered in scratch marks and almost like slashes, and the paint has peeled off. Several of the shutters are almost hanging off the hinges, and to that effect. You look up and you see that there is a single glowing candlelight within on the first floor. But apart from that, the house is dark.
I go and knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door.
Presumably you're going to have to move past me to do that because I got there first.
Yes. Alright, no, I get my lance and I just like poke it from behind.
I hope you mean the door. Okay.
I hope you mean the
Beware,
door
you
because
don't
I
stick
can...
your lance.
Yes, I poke the door with my lance.
Rose, assuming you're standing back on the road, so there's a kind of like a little pathway that leads up to this house, and there's a small amount of ground for like gardens and things like that, but it's pretty bare and barren. Jack, you poke the door with your lance. Rose, from your vantage point, like standing on slightly further back on the road, as soon as you do this, you see just the light that is upstairs just go and is gone.
I'm going to push the lance out of the way, knock on the door and shout hello.
Okay. As you do, there's like a brief pause between your words echoing, and then you hear from within, "Who are you?" Who's there?
A friend.
A friend of whom?
Well, of you, I suppose.
Kolyan Indirovich?
I don't recognise your voice.
Well, that's unsurprising. We're new here, but I believe we've come to help with the problem we found out about. I believe you sent a messenger.
Yes. Where is he?
Oh, well.
Well, the answer to where is he is currently in the woods. I'm afraid the answer to other questions may be less favourable.
You hear the sound of someone coming down the stairs quite cautiously, but it's quite audibly creaking. So you can hear their progress. They just kind of like get to the bottom of the stairs. And you see the door just very slightly opened and then is moved open a fraction more with a toe. And behind a very large crossbow, you see a woman of medium height with long dark hair kind of like tied up in like a braid that's been swirled around and got a thing stabbed through it. The wonderful descriptions I give of women's hair.
A braided bun, yes.
Braided bun, thank you. And yeah, you see this this well-armed woman pointing kind of like a crossbow just straight out the door, one eye closed and just eyeing you up and just saying, I see. And she's not like waving it around, but she's just very carefully holding an obvious crossbow.
I'm doing this in a very like trying to ease her a bit to like, we don't mean any harm.
I see. I don't suppose you know what befell my friend in the forest, do you?
I have an idea.
I don't suppose you had anything to do with what befell my friend in the forest. Let me rephrase that. And she's just kind of like she's not pointing at anyone in particular, but it's certain that it could move at any second.
Now,
Certainly not. We came across him.
With all due respect, do you think we would call on you if we did?
People are opportunistic these days. Make a persuasion check. In fact, we can make this a group persuasion check.
Ooh. I'd do intimidation.
Oh, 16 plus 6.
Anyone who's talking, by the way, that's it doesn't. Yeah, if you're not talking, you don't need to make one.
And I was stood there
22.
like looking a bit soldiery and determining and intimidatory.
You want to look intimidatory?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, same, but I'm mostly just rolling my eyes at her.
Intimidation checks then for you two, please. Sorry, Rose used 22. Okay, Sive?
Sorry, where's persuasion? Oh, it's not too bad. An 18 actually.
18.
Quite good.
Okay, Yaki?
Grand total of 2.
Grand total of 2. Well, it matches up.
Do me and Sive do that thing where you just kind of step in front of someone and act like they're not there?
Beautifully done. Sorrow and Jack Stable.
19.
17. Okay.
And 22.
22. Yeah, you succeed in the sense that the crossbow gets pointed towards you. She seems to start ignoring Yaki a bit more, and it perceives Rose and Sive to be slightly less of a threat, which is fortunate given that they're standing more towards the front with Yaki slightly further behind. But the crossbow goes over to Jack Stable, and she says, "And what about him?"
I'm gonna level with you. We don't know him very well, but he seems to really want to prove himself. I'm saying this quiet enough that he can't hear. He seems to really want to prove himself. It's honestly a bit embarrassing.
Yes, men can be like that, can't they? And she says that very loudly towards him.
They can, yeah.
I'm assuming she's like within 10 foot because I obviously knocked on the door with the lance.
Reasonable, yeah.
So can I like lean the tip of my lance against the tip of the crossbow? So that way it's going to deflect the arrow if it tries to shoot me.
Right, okay. Let's call this opposing weapon checks. Do you want to roll whatever you'd add to a lance, and then she can add whatever she'd add to her crossbow?
I got a 16.
Okay. Well, the good news is that she doesn't shoot you. However, she does instantly fire her crossbow over your head, and you hear her just go shit, and then slam the door shut. And you hear the frantic sound of like someone rewinding the crossbow and reloading it.
I thought I was bad at talking to people.
I've stood there trying not to laugh.
Yeah, there's just like brrr, as it strikes into some wood behind you on like the house on the opposite side of the street.
Can you just cop on for 2 seconds? First of all, you're promising things to a complete stranger when we already don't have a fucking clue what's going on. And now you're antagonizing people that we're seeking for help. Can you just stand back for 5 minutes?
I lean over to Jack and just say, I thought it was quite funny.
Cheers. Like a little fist bump.
You hear the frantic sound of locks as they are applied to the door.
I shout really loudly, oh well, I guess she doesn't want any help with us finding her daughter. Never mind, let's go.
Yeah, you have no reaction to that, seemingly.
I guess she does. Hey, gang! I guess she doesn't care about us finding her daughter. Shall we go to the pub?
Is her daughter not dead? Isn't her daughter dead?
Doesn't know that.
Just to be clear, the woman who opened the door looked like she was about early 20s.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was my failure at a description. But yeah, she looks early 20s, dark hair, in a braid, tied into a bun. Big crossbow. In fact, I was going to say, Rose and Scythe, just give me a quick perception check because you were at the front of the door.
3.
Okay.
It's cut. Oh, perception. 22.
22. Scythe, you noticed that underneath her, she was wearing like a shirt and some quite practical clothing. But you noticed that underneath there was like a flash of metal. So it looked like she was wearing armor under her clothes as well. So yeah, some kind of possible plate maybe, or something like that.
Is there any way I can like investigate the grounds of the house for a potential alternative entrance?
You can.
Yeah, I'm gonna try knocking on the door again.
I'm gonna go up with Rose.
Okay. Yeah, Jack, while she's distracted, you can certainly try investigation check.
A 3.
3. No, I'll tell you in a minute. Rose, Scythe, what are you doing at the door? You knock on the door again. She goes,
Yeah.
You don't have to come out, but can we talk through the door?
Seems like I don't have much of a choice.
Okay, we kind of wound up here. We're not really sure what's going on, but we found your friend, I guess, in the woods.
Right.
He was dead. We saw a letter in his jacket and just made our way here.
He didn't even make it to the gates then?
No.
Fuck! And you kind of like hear this exasperated series of insults not seemingly at you, but just like a general series of expletives, just kind of like reverberate through the door. It's a shame. He was a nice man.
I'm sorry.
None of us seem to really know each other, which is fair, so I cannot vote for anyone else here. Personally, I just want to figure out what the fuck is going on. So far, it's led us this way. Can you give us a bit of background, please?
This happens every now and again. Group of, no offense, weirdos show up and will wander through town, traipse around the Rand for a while, and will eventually get killed off by something or other. I hate to tell you, you're not in for a good time. So, I don't understand it, I don't know why it happens, or anything really, but it looks like it's happened to you.
Do you know Mary?
I've met her once or twice when she was less mad.
Was that before the daughter?
She was always a bit loopy. But when her daughter ran away the first time, it kind of sent her over the edge a bit.
The first time?
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. I'm assuming that she's run away again then.
To the castle where the devil lives?
Yes.
Was what she told us.
Yes, that's about on the money.
That's not the mad part.
That's not the mad part.
Oh.
No. Stupid bloody child.
Why? If the castle is so dangerous, why would she go?
She had a fascination with the occupant, who some of our residents refer to as the devil.
Oh dear.
He's not the devil, he's a prick.
How do you refer to him?
The prick in the castle.
Does he have a name?
I'm sorry. Can we wind back a little bit? Who are you? We were looking for the Burgermeister.
Well, you're 3 days too late then. He's also dead.
His
and
daughter.
Who are you? Are you his daughter?
Well done. Yes. Most astute.
You're not Irina.
I am Irina.
You're Irina.
I'm Irina, but yes. Sorry, that was uncalled for.
The letter didn't come with the pronunciation guide, so...
Yes. Look, I'll be honest, I'm not in the best of moods, what with my father being dead.
Yes, I can understand.
So if you'll forgive any curtness on my behalf, that would be appreciated.
You want to explain this, and I hold the scroll out.
Yeah, there's like a little pane of glass to the side of the door. You hold it there and she goes, yes, that's a letter my father gave to Dalvin to pin on the gates in the hope that we get no more people like you coming through. Because, well, you will end up dying anyway, so what's the bloody point?
So you haven't been bitten by a vampire and...
Well, I haven't
died,
died of it, no. But the other bit's true, yes.
Is that vampire the prick in the castle?
Yes, obviously.
Did you run away to the castle, Irina?
No, he made his way here.
He's a predator.
Yes, and also you might have to forgive the questions, but obviously we have no clue what's happening. So
Look, I'm going to open the door again because you don't seem like complete assholes. But if you could do me the favour of not murdering me, that'd be just in the interests of.
Nobody wants to murder you, Irina.
My sincerest apologies. I get threatened, I threaten back.
He knows you're in your early 20s now, Irina. Can I say that I cast that through message?
Am I sort of obviously like keeping sword in a scabbard, but lay on floor before entering?
Your sword is
So-
on the scabbard. Right, okay.
You gotta lie on the floor.
Very good. The door
I make-
creaks open, and you see that like there's the crossbow there, but it's now angled down towards the floor. And she kind of just like gives you the nod and just invites you inside.
I make a point of lying.
She can't handle it anyway, so I'm not worried.
I make a point of lying my lance down on the grass outside. Mostly because it doesn't fit through the door.
If I were you, I'd leave it inside, otherwise someone will wander off with it.
Okay, I like put it in the hallway, but it's like because it's 10 foot tall, it's like at an angle. wedged
It's
against
a
the roof of
reasonably
the floor.
sized hallway. It does manage to accommodate it, but it does have to be at an angle.
It's like wedged across.
Yes, sure. And she kind of like you see her set the crossbow down by the door, and it's
Wait,
quite
how
hefty.
big is the doorway?
About 5 feet wide. It's a normal doorway. It's just a
I'm just trying to visualize you getting a 10-foot
well.
pole
you
through
do
without
it,
like
He's literally what he does. First he
without
takes
it looking like he's about to stab her.
it's
No,
very
he-
thin.
he-
Yeah, it goes through the
He
door.
picks it up and he turns it sideways and just like walks into the door frame a couple of times, and then tries like different variations of that until eventually he manages to get it through.
Okay.
When she said she had been bitten by a vampire, I stepped a good bit back
Okay.
and I put up a wall.
You kind of like you see her. She opens the door, sets things down, invites you inside. She goes, "Well, tea, anyone?"
Anything stronger.
In the
Do you want
pub.
some bread and cheese?
I'm fine, thank you.
Alright, do the pub do takeaway?
The pub do wine. I imagine you can take it somewhere. She kind of like.
Irina, I'll make you some tea. I think
Thank
I
you.
have the things to make tea. Can I make her some tea?
Thank you. Yes. And she kind of like she heads off into the kitchen, guiding you. But while she's there, goes to one of the cupboards, grabs this like pitcher, goes back out and just kind of like forces it into your hands. Jack says, "Go make yourself useful and get some wine or something," and just gives you like a silver piece. To
They have before I go, they have a Deliveroo, so I don't have to go.
no, we're not that advanced.
And then like trundle off towards the pub. Come back with wine.
She leads the rest of you into the living room, where there is. It's akin to a sofa. It's a bench. Let's be honest. It's a slightly padded bench, and instead of a table, in the center of the room there is a coffin. A wooden coffin that seems to, when you look at it closer, have been made of things from around the house. It seems like the table was largely repurposed into coffinware.
Can I have a look at any more details about the coffin? Is it empty?
Is the lid on?
The lid is on, yes.
Is she in the room with us?
Yeah, she's in the room with you at the moment. She's just kind of like showing in as, "Have a seat."
I as soon as I see that, I'm standing outside the room, just not going in and away from her.
It's fine. He's actually dead. She kind of like looks at you through the door. And you guys really aren't from around here, are you?
No, we're really not.
Okay, well, get used to dead bodies. They show up a lot.
That's a bold assumption that we're not used to dead bodies.
I was more looking at her, but sure.
Well, I think more the concern is that it sounds like dead bodies don't always stay dead around here. There are vampires.
This is true. They usually have to be interfered with first. And she just kind of like taps on the tummy. Say hi to Dad. He died of a heart attack 3 nights ago.
Have you had a coroner be able to verify?
No, but you get rather familiar with, puncture wounds. And she kind of like pulls the neck down. And it's quite hard for her to do so because she's got quite a high neck on what she's wearing and it seems quite firm.
I see. Yes, okay.
But she kind of like indicates, I know what to check for. No, he's he's been dead for 3 days, and we've done our best to preserve him. But obviously, you can smell. And yes, before then, we had some nightly visitors attacking the house for weeks on end. And eventually it became too much for him, and his heart gave out. And yes, we haven't even been able to find anyone to take him to the church to bury him. That's what my brother's out doing at the moment. He's at the pub trying to find recruits.
Can I tell how honest she is being about the heart attack?
Make an insight check.
I mean, it's a total of 7.
Okay. You're uncertain. Like, it doesn't seem like she's lying, but you also don't have this strong sense that she's telling the truth. She may well be, but you just don't know. Quick cut. Jack Stable. You find yourself outside of a tavern. You look up at the sign, and it says, The Blood on the Vine Tavern. You push open the door, and within you hear the melancholy sounds of people, very few people, trying to get drunk. You look around, and there's someone coughing way more than they were before. You look around, and you see these small groups of what can only be described as sullen villagers. Like, they look miserable. They basically look like if you took a photo of someone, turned down the saturation to make it black and white, they kind of look like that. They're basically shades of grey. The lighting is dim, the tavern is dingy, and the only kind of like bright sparks around the room, you see that there are 3 women dressed in very brightly coloured clothes, with kind of like long, well-maintained hair, in kind of like bound up with fabrics and silks and things like that. And they're sat at what seems to be the best table over in the corner, just chattering away to each other in a language you don't really understand. I say you don't really understand. You don't understand it at all. And the other person, you kind of like look around, and the person who's clocked you as soon as you come in is this kind of like middling 20s young man. His hair's almost starting to go grey, and it's cut into this kind of like almost shoulder length hairstyle. And he kind of like looks up at you and just raises a glass and kind of like gives you a little smile as you come in.
All right. I need to get them on my side. I need a party. So I start making my way to the bar.
Okay.
To try and buy someone. But as I'm walking, I start like just humming and singing a little tune under my.
Okay. What kind of tune?
Sweet is the sound of the pouring rain, stream that falls from hill to plain. Better than rain or rippling brook is a mug of beer inside this jug. As I'm like heading towards the bar.
I see. Make a performance check.
Ooh. That is a... where's my character sheet? Is 11.
11. Okay. As you walk past the table with the young man who kind of like clocked you as you came in, you can see him kind of like swinging along, and just as you walk past, he just starts like humming the tune to himself under his breath, as he continues to sip on his wine. However, the rest of the patrons around the tavern don't seem to pick up on your jaunty tune at all. And in fact, you get a kind of like a glowering look from the three women in the corner. You make your way up to the barman, who is this similar kind of like grey pallor, and he's just there holding a little wooden tankard and just wiping this really grimy cloth around the inside. And just... he's chewing something, but you don't know what it is. And he looks up at you, just goes, mm.
So I walk up to him,
Mm-hmm.
obviously. I'm assuming I clock like the old guy at the table, also like getting a little jig on as I'm heading to the bar. So I start to like I go up and like, looking for a keg of wine to take back with me.
He kind of like looks at you. Behind him there are these like giant, like I want to say like 6 foot tall kegs. Like they're supported. They're huge, like barrels of wine. And he kind of like looks at you, looks at the keg, just kind of like spits something into a little jar that he's got on the bar, and you hear this little ding.
Look, got a few friends around the corner. We're having a little get together. Just need some drinks to take back.
Kind of like goes to reach for your pitcher that you're holding, takes it, and then just fills it up with from one of the kegs, and hands it back to you, and kind of like indicates to the price list on the wall, and then go ding again. It indicates a silver for a pitcher of wine.
How about we make it 2? 2 pitchers.
And he kind of like looks over at the trio of women in the corner and just kind of like looks back at you and just shakes his head.
What if I paid you 2 silver for the second pitcher?
He takes a minute to recalculate what he thought you were asking for, and kind of like gives you a nod, takes a pitcher from under the bar, fills it with wine, hands it to you.
So I hand over 3 of my silver pieces.
Okay. I thought you were trying to get 2 pitchers for the price of 1. It's like, this isn't a Weatherspoons.
No, I was just literally wanting a second pitcher. How many silver and gold?
10.
So that comes down to 8 and 9. I'm assuming we're doing money tracking.
Yeah, it would be good if you could keep track of the funds that you have. That would be appreciated.
First time ever.
I was going to say, can't do it in real life. Do it in D&D, damn it.
So I take one of the pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I take them both. I don't leave them on the bar because I don't trust people.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a little wander over to the table where the guy who was sort of singing along was.
Okay. He kind of like looks up at you as you're coming towards him, and just raises his glass in greeting again.
I top his glass. I'm assuming he's got wine in there, but I'm not checking.
He does, yeah. And he just
Top his glass up.
Oh,
and
thank
then
you. It's very kind. Would you
Name's
care to
Jack.
join me?
I shall. Name's Jack.
Fantastic. My name is Ismark. I forgot what my name was for a minute there. I do apologise. I've clearly had too much.
Jackie's on a bender.
It's good to meet you. You new in town?
Yeah, could say that. Made quite the entrance.
Interesting. I'm sure I'd love to hear about it. And he kind of takes a little while and listens to a few stories and just kind of like you chat sociably for a couple of minutes. He says,
Yeah.
"Listen, you're not looking for any work, are you? You look like a strong chap."
What work do you mean?
Oh, I'm looking to travel to the next village over. Yeah, I could use some bodyguards for me and my sister.
Who's your sister?
Oh, sister. She's called Irina. Nice lady.
Noah.
That's curious. I didn't realise she'd met anyone recently.
Running supplies for the house.
Oh. See, this is why I didn't want to leave her on her own.
Promise you, everything's above board, nothing going on.
I'm sure, but well. Oh.
Anything to help with anyone in need. That's what I do.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're desperately in need. How much do you how much do you know my sister? He says, awkwardly trying to avoid any kind of giving anything away, but obviously laying out that there is some kind of trouble or coming your way.
We had a frosty beginning.
Oh well, that's Irina. That's fine.
May have tried to shoot me.
He kind of like pulls up a sleeve, and you see that there's like this long scar on. She's like, yeah, crossbow. Yeah. She's got a good heart. You know.
I left my friends with her. They're looking after her.
That's new information. Listen, what do you want to head back to the house, seeing as your friend's already there, alone with my sister? Do you want to just head back and we can continue chatting there with all your friends?
Why are you here, offering me work to escort your sister?
Because I need you to escort my sister. Well, and me.
Are you here looking just for me or for anyone?
I'm looking for some, good old muscle. And he kind of like gives you a little weird little gesture there to imply muscle.
Well, I seen a few lads around here and ladies as well that could assist. Why don't we try and get them all to come?
Yes, that the more the merrier. I have a sum of gold for the brave adventurers who will take me and my sister adventuring elsewhere.
And what they need to show us strength.
Right. What did you have in mind? I can see you're building to something. You've got this look of deep intelligence behind your eyes that just shows me you have so many good ideas.
It's an old Viking trick.
Right.
You ever seen it?
I don't know what a Viking is, so no.
Nor do I, to be fair. I just heard of a game where you stand on the table,
Right.
lift an axe above your head.
Right.
If it works, you're good. You prove when you're strong and you get everyone to follow you.
You lift an axe above your head.
great axe. Hold it by the handle. Bring it down. Kiss the blade.
Lifting an
Every-
axe.
It's a heavy piece of you. You hold the handle of a great axe and bring it down and kiss the blade without slicing your face off.
Oh, okay. You've got to not cut yourself, right? Yeah, fuck it. Do you have a great axe? Kind of like
No.
peers behind you. Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Got
Got a long sword, and he kind of like holds out this. Could give that a go.
I've got one as well. I'll do 2.
Sure, why not? And he kind of just proffers you the handle.
So yeah, I decided to try and do this to try and get the attention of the others in the pub to come as extra bodyguards and escorts.
I see. We will call this a strength persuasion check.
Okay. Wait, how does that work?
So take your strength modifier, and then do you have proficiency in persuasion?
Nope.
Okay, then just your strength modifier.
Well, I can tell you. Be an 18.
An 18. You don't slice your face off. It's excellent work. You hold 2 swords and manage to kiss them both. And from behind the cold steel of the blade, you hear "Hey!" from the one person next to you. You look around, and there are some what can only be described as gormless faces just looking at you, just holding goblets, and just kind of staring at you before they just slowly return and just start drinking again.
Change my attack a little bit, and I'd like get a bit like I stay on top of the table. I then take like one sword in each hand,
Okay.
puff myself up a little bit, and go like, "All right, you lily-livered pieces. You're gonna sit here and wallow in your pity, or you're gonna come with us and do it, or you're gonna sit here and be killed."
You get some confused looks. Yeah.
More intimidating than persuading.
And that's only from the rest of us on the call.
Okay, make an intimidation check.
17.
17. Yeah, you get this. You feel this overwhelming sense of just dreariness and exhaustion from your audience. Like they've gone through so much shit, and they basically live every day of their lives in fear of mortal peril, and just like seeing a guy kiss a sword on a table probably wasn't going to convince them to shake off the shackles of the man. And they kind of just look at you and just keep drinking. You see one of them like go to stand up, and then another one just like puts a hand on the shoulder and just pushes him down a bit.
Should I go up and like the one that tried to stand up, just like pick him up and take him with me anyway?
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. You've got enough strength to pick up a guy. No one tries to stop you.
Cool.
You've got this like limp man hanging over your shoulder.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to just take.
You're
one
happy with a
instead.
limp man, okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
yeah, I'm assuming me, Irina's brother, and this guy are all going back to the house as the escorts.
Indeed. Ismark just kind of like stands there waiting for you at the door and is like, okay, are we going then? Is he coming with us? Okay.
Cannon fodder at the best.
Oh, lovely. Very good. And he just kind of like follows you out of the pub and starts walking towards his house. Before too long, you arrive there, and you put the man down somewhere inside the house, and you are all arrayed. Irina's there. She says, "I see you've made a friend, Ismark." And Ismark goes, "Yeah, seems like a nice chap, really. He's just gonna come along with us to Valaki. And you hear Irina goes, "I've told you, I'm not going until we bury Dad." Look, and he kind of looks around. I'm sure these lovely people will be happy to help us bury Father in exchange for a little compensation. And he kind of looks around at you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure.
And we have one of the villagers who's here for some reason, and he can help too.
I mean, we can also just leave him and let him go back to whatever he wanted to do.
Excuse me, who are you?
Oh, Ismark. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm Rose. I see
Irina's
you've been-
brother.
Mm.
He kind of gives you a bright smile.
Yeah,
Mm.
sorry about whatever this guy did.
Yeah, I see you've been taken in.
It was,
Would you like
it was
some
interesting.
tea?
I would love some tea.
I think you got off lightly if it was only interesting.
Oh no, I'm sure he's a charming gentleman. Yes, can I get any? And he goes around starting to freshen people's drinks and offer more tea and things for people.
Just
kind of-
speaking straight out of the picture.
Yeah, Irina's just sat there, kind of head in hands, or at least in one hand. So my brother has told you his wonderful scheme. Is there anyone interested in transporting me and my brother?
Where are you going? And
The next
why?
town over. As the vampire guy, he has this theory that he won't come over an extra town.
Irina, I don't know how to ask you this question.
It's fine.
Your dad seemed pretty convinced you were going to die.
Yes, he did. And yet here I am, and also not a vampire, if that's what you're wondering.
Are
Does
you
she
not-
look like she's a vampire at all? Does she have any kind of...
She kind of just looks at you, seeing if there's any follow-up questions.
No, this is me asking the DM. Does she look...
Is it just me, or is my audio gone?
I can hear you.
I can hear.
Yep. Okay. Don't know what the hell happened there. You seem to be back, though. Let's see.
Sorry, I felt like I should have something for this. Can I use Eyes of the Grave to see if I can see any undead within 60 feet, not behind cover?
Yeah, you instantly do that, and there'd normally been this kind of almost like a light green shimmer around anything undead. So you it shows up like a match in the dark. Admittedly, everything around here is quite grey, but you don't get any little shimmers. As far as you can tell, nothing nearby.
Just whisper to Sive. She's good.
I relax.
Irina, how did you survive?
How did I survive the vampire prick? He doesn't want to kill me.
Oh,
I think he's got a bit of a thing for me.
you're very confident.
I think he's good enough at killing people that should he not want someone to be alive, that they would probably be dead. And given that he came back several times, indicates to me... I can't remember what happened. That's the problem. I don't have any memory from when he was here, except that he was here and that people saw him and me. And then I woke up with the puncture wounds, you know.
Well, surely somewhere else is a bit better than here. It's frequent.
I mean, as from what I remember, it's slightly less grey and brown, so sure, why not?
Here's my question. It sounds like you wish to bury your father and then walk to a different town.
Right.
What do you need us for?
Protection.
From
As muscly as my brother is, and you kind of like look over and he just flexes slightly. Like
Yes, I can see that.
he's not super hench, but he's a little bit hench.
From what?
It's a dangerous place. It's likely to take us more than a day, and being out at night is not a good idea in this particular country.
No, I believe that one of the first things you said to us was that we were essentially just going to die. What makes you so sure we'd be a good entourage?
Better than going on our own? I have no idea. I pretty much resigned to death at this point, but fuck it. Let's try something.
Can I just insight check her? I don't
Yeah,
like her.
No, make an
don't-
insight check.
Not that it's very good, my insight,
That's
but I
alright.
just don't trust. 18.
18. You're pretty confident that she's just had a bit of a shit life and it's got worse as it goes on, and she's just like, she seems to be on the level.
Say we help him.
You would.
Yes,
We-
and I remember the offer of compensation for doing so.
Yes. Now, I said it would likely take slightly more than a day to get to this other place. What we have is about 100 gold to get us from here, bury our father, and then get to Vallaki. Seems like a reasonable price to me, but it's also the only gold we've got. So, are you interested?
Sounds good to me.
100 gold seems fair.
I just want answers. I'll go along.
All right. I tell you what, we'll talk to Father Donovich when we're at the church tomorrow. Maybe he'll be able to give you some more insight into whatever's happening with you. It's
I cast a message at Sorrow and say, I suppose it hardly matters what we think then.
I guess not.
fair enough. How subtly are you doing that?
I'm not bothered about being subtle.
Okay, she just kind of like clocks the use of magic and just continues. Right. Well, I don't know about you, but for me it's getting late. I think I might turn in. Well, she kind of like looks at the pile of blankets in the corner of the room where she's clearly been sleeping for the past couple of nights. Well, turn in.
You mentioned attacks every night.
Yes, they stopped almost immediately after my father died.
Is there a way onto the roof?
Probably. She kind of like thinks about it for a minute. If you had a ladder?
Do you have a ladder?
We must have one somewhere, I suppose. Let me see. And she kind of like looks. It's getting late. There's probably one in the garden out the back.
With a bit of help, would I be able to get a leg up?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm happy to take watch on the roof.
Okay.
alert you if anyone comes during the night before they get
Well,
here.
I can relieve you halfway through.
I'm quite happy to keep watch from a window like a normal person.
I don't mean to retread old ground, but it seems highly improbable that your father's sudden death and then the end of the attacks are unconnected.
No, that is, that doesn't seem like a coincidence to me either.
I'm afraid I don't know enough to know what that means.
Well,
any
I
reason
suspect
why-
the attacks were, because of Prick in the Castle.
Yes, but what's that got to do with your father?
Well, he was a good person in a world full of shitty people, so I imagine he was a long-term adversary of the Prick in the Castle, and eventually he lost, as you would.
Yes, I just would have thought he would have stepped up his attempts to see you once any
Gee.
potential barrier had gone, wouldn't he?
Oh, you mean right? I see what you mean. She kind of like looks at you and says, "Well, I haven't left the house since then, so he has no way of seeing me."
Do
I see.
you not know this person's name?
Yes, I just liked calling him the Prick in the Castle. He's Count von Zarevich.
He sounds like a brick in a castle.
He is a prick in a castle. Sorry, were there any more questions? I don't mean to be rude, but I am quite tired.
I don't think that there's any need if you were planning on sleeping in your little blanket pile of staying down here. You can probably just go upstairs and sleep in a bed like a normal person.
She kind of just looks at the coffin and... All right. And then walks out. You see Ismark just kind of like sat there in the corner, just drinking his wine, just drinks it very quickly. Oh, is that the time? I'll be going to bed. Just stands up and kind of says, night all, good to have you on board. Just gives you a little nod and
Ismark.
Right?
little wave to everyone, and then heads off.
Ismark. Before he goes, I just want to try and catch him.
Yeah, he catches on.
Finished your wine a bit quick there.
It seemed like you had things you wanted to talk about.
You've been a bit odd since we've got here.
Yeah, there are a group of strangers in my house. Admittedly, I was looking for a group of strangers, but they turned up to my house.
Why don't you join me on watch?
On the roof? No. I'll
Well, I'm
I'll
gonna
take the
watch
nice
from a
sensible
window.
watch. Yes. Miss Rose, if you wouldn't mind, I'll join you for the
did
watch then.
Oh, I did give him my name. It's all right. I was about to get cross.
Yeah, I assume that the strangers in the house have introduced themselves to the person who's introduced themselves to them.
Cool. So, can I get a leg up onto the roof?
He kind of like looks at it.
I
Yeah, we'd
really
better be.
don't think going onto the roof is the best idea.
Oh, I think you should let him do whatever he likes, Yaki.
360 view on the roof.
Right, well, I tried convincing him. Good luck.
You you see Ismark just like jump out very quickly. It's like, okay, quickly, let's get you onto the roof then, and just kind of like waits for you to do. Does a little boost up. You find yourself clambering onto the roof. You get up to the porch level, and from there you can clamber onto the roof yourself. And he heads back inside very quickly and shuts the door. Very good. Would anyone like to do anything before they go to bed? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I assume that the two family members are out of the main room now.
Yes, yeah. That's why he was leaving.
Because I would like to have a little look at Dad.
I was wanting to do the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the coffin is currently nailed shut. Do you have any way of removing the lid of a nailed coffin?
Anyone?
Bear with me, I'll see what I can do.
I could potentially wedge a dagger in and start using that to try pry. Don't know how effective it will be.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Did I ever give Ismark his sword back, or did I keep it?
I'm going to assume that you gave it back, given the circumstances.
Just straight strength, yeah?
Yes, please.
15.
15. There's kind of like a slow creak, and then and it just peels up in one corner, and from there you can start prying up easier and easier to get. Yes, you have an open coffin.
Nice.
Anything in particular you're looking for?
I want to have a good look at. I'm quite familiar with. I do remember being very familiar with corpses, and I
Okay.
feel like if I have a good look at this one, I might be able to tell what's happened to it.
Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Can I help?
Yeah, if you want to make... You can either roll separately or... you can roll with advantage.
Up to you which you want.
Let's do one each.
I also then.
Yeah, can I? I'm also proficient in
Okay.
medicine.
Oh, if you all want to... Yeah, just all crack on then.
Yeah, 22.
yeah.
Oh, 21.
17 for me.
Okay.
19.
I
What
love
do
the
I
overall,
add to this?
Poking at a dead body. Like,
Yeah. Just at
19.
some point,
Yeah,
there's someone who does
21.
the thing with the jaw and
Yeah, it's probably me that does that.
Jack's just sat there on the roof going, all quiet up here.
Yeah, 21 as well.
Okay, excellent. Between all of you, what you see is an close to elderly. He's not quite elderly man, but his hair is kind of like grey to white. He's got stubble on his cheeks and just looks like he's had a long, hard life. The man is packed with lots of flowers and kind of like dried things to make him not smell quite so much, but excuse me, he does very much smell like a man who's been dead for 3 days. You examine him, no puncture wounds, no lacerations, nothing of the sort. You kind of all have a little prod around as best you can tell. Man died of a heart attack.
Has he got
Just-
anything on him?
He has got like a little medallion around his neck that it looks like it doesn't look super expensive, but it looked like it might be worth a little bit.
Yeah, I'll have that.
Okay.
Now that he is no longer covered from me, I'm just going to do the quick same Eyes of the Grave to see if there's any undead.
Okay, you pick up nothing. Yes, sorry, you've got a necklace of the Morning Lord worth about 10 gold.
I'm just pretending I didn't see Sorrow do that.
I lock eyes with Sarah and raise an eyebrow, like, really?
Just give
Well,
you a little
he's
wink.
not undead. Can say that for certain.
Doesn't need it where he's going.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Yes, and we don't really know what's coming here or whether we can trust them to pay us, so I think it's bad to make sure that we've got something at least.
Those.
Okay. So, unless there's anything else you'd like to do tonight.
try gently like closing it, little taps on the
It's-
quietly on the nail. Just
We'll assume that that slides back in without too much resistance.
Okay.
So, you all head to bed. I'd like everyone to make me... Well, assuming you go to sleep, so humans, not elves, but humans and other like creatures, can you make me a perception check with disadvantage? Elves and creatures who do not sleep, perception check regular. Jack
about-
Stable,
Yeah.
you're awake on the roof. Are you staying awake for the entire night?
Gonna try to.
Okay. Do half orcs have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, it's still night, so it's still a perception check with disadvantage because you're using. Are you using your eyes? Silly question. Rather than your ears, shall we say?
He's on watch, so he's using everything.
Okay. Let's just call this a standard perception check rather than with disadvantage or with advantage or whatever.
So I have rolled.
Ooh! Glad you said it's just a standard one. You've got -1.
Right. People in the house first. Rose.
15.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Yeah. Shout them at me.
15.
Rose.
well,
Okay. Sorrow.
Go on.
Everyone but Rose.
10.
10.
So yeah, I have rolled, but I said I was going to watch from a window.
Oh, okay.
So am
then...
I? The first roll was a natural 20.
Okay. Are you're watching with your eyes, so it would still be with disadvantage because it's.
I have dark vision.
You've got dark vision. Then it's
I'm
normal. Yeah. Fuck
I'm
it.
a
We'll take the 20. We'll take the
sorcerer,
20.
A dark sorcerer.
A
Yeah,
dark
yeah, we
sorcerer.
will. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So you're peeking out through these like windows that have been barred with like wooden planks and things. Very Resident Evil type thing. Let's see. Sorrow, you sleep like a newborn child, or no, not a newborn child, like a plank, like the dead. There we go.
I always do.
Yes, you get a wonderful night's rest. You wake up feeling, radiant, fantastic. No dark circles, anything. Yaki and Sive, what you hear throughout the night perturbs you somewhat. Because throughout the night you hear the sound of footsteps, be they of humans or animals, various different growls, scratching noises, all sorts of interesting noises of things clawing at the house. And not necessarily trying to get in, but certainly making their presence known. Jack Stable, you on top of the roof, you can see shit. However, what you can hear, it doesn't sound like one or two things wandering around. It sounds like there is at least a pack of 10, 20 wolves, and there's the sound of shuffling feet and shambling movement and things to that effect. Rose, you can see very clearly the shuffling and the shambling, and these things seem to come out of the darkness on the range of your vision and just start shuffling towards the house. Humanoid figures, decomposing mostly, missing limbs sometimes, missing various different bits. Sometimes they've just got like a whole cavity where the chest section would be, like the stomach. And surrounding them, you often see the odd wolf just dart in and out of the range of your vision and then just dart towards the house until it's kind of like under where you can see. You hear all of these things just making noises and clawing and striking at the wood.
Is it still going after 4 hours?
Yes.
So after finishing my 4-hour trance, is there any way I can, staying inside the house, probably go downstairs and see if I can peek out of a window to see any more detailed information?
So the windows on the ground floor are quite barred up. You can like peek out, but it'll be like that kind of.
I mean, yeah, I assume I'd try from the first. I've got 4 hours of this shit whilst everyone else sleeps, so I assume I'll try on the first floor, try on the ground floor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you
I'm
find
not going
the
to
same
risk
thing.
going out and checking on Jack. Yeah, let's just roll wants to cover it then.
Yeah, sure.
What am I rolling?
I mean, if you have dark vision, and you do because you've got superior dark vision, you're on the ground floor. You can see the things moving. You just see them moving, and you know you get the odd jump scare where they just cross your field of vision.
Good film. Yeah, 22 I think in total.
22. Okay, you don't spot anything more interesting, but you do see what is
Stuff. Yeah.
close to an army.
Cool.
But yeah, as you watch and the light starts to... Sorry, go on, Rose.
Did the brother bother staying awake or not?
No, the brother's gone to bed. Sorry, he was with you, wasn't he? Yeah, he stays up as long as you do, but then indicates that maybe you should get a rest, and that he's going to do the same, because he says, "Well, we'll need our strength tomorrow."
I wanted to ask him what the deal was with his sister.
What do you mean, the deal with my sister? He looks genuinely confused. Sorry.
Just explain what's happened in your own words.
Oh, well, Count von Zarovich seemingly took an interest in her at some point. He's made a couple of visits to the village, and been able to abscond with her for some small number of hours, and then she'll return unharmed, minus the 2 bite marks.
And he shows this affection by sending armies of the undead to harass you at night.
Yes. I'm not saying he's a nice man. There's a reason they call him the devil. I'm not towards the match. Obviously she can do what she likes, but I don't think she's particularly fond of him either. So, that's why we're running away. Sorry, you're looking at me like I'm an idiot, and admittedly I can be an idiot a lot of the time, but I don't... Do you have a better idea?
Why don't you just say no?
Say no to what?
Why doesn't your sister tell him to go away?
Say no to the man with armies of the undead, and who is literally lord of the land.
Has she tried?
I don't know. I would imagine so. But then again, she also can't remember any of the time she spent with him, so who knows? Maybe he uses some of his dark sorceries on her. He kind of like waves his hand.
Are you suggesting sorcery is dark?
I'm suggesting what he does is dark.
Wise. Okay, go to bed.
He kind of just like, he looks like he's like, I've no idea what I've said wrong, but okay, she's letting me leave, I'm going. And just kind of, night then, and just wanders to a room.
Sorry, carry on.
No, you can go ahead.
I was going to say, just based on the hearing the sounds from the ground, like if I crawl closer to the edge of the roof, is it possible to make out more of a Like, obviously, I know we've established it.
If you get close to
Rough.
the edge of the roof, you can see rough movements in the dark, but it's too dark. Like, it's pitch black and you don't have a light source, necessarily. Unless you're lighting up something.
My dark vision wouldn't work.
Yeah, like, if you were in light, your dark vision wouldn't work. And if you used your dark vision, you can only see in shades of grey anyway. And you didn't roll great on the perception, so... You can kind of like see movements, but
Okay, yeah.
You know.
I can make out silhouettes, but not.
Yeah, you can't see details.
But because like having that elevated height, can I see more like behind rather than like what's just in front? Like, are there more than we originally thought?
You've heard a good number. Like, you've got a reasonable estimate of how many there might be, but there are enough. Like, you can see movement on the ground, and it looks like there are people shambling and kind of like barging each other out the way because there are so many of them, they're getting in each other's way.
And yeah, just quickly before things went light, I would have, like, after similar thing to Yaki, kind of after the meditation, whatever it is, but probably would have just found him and just kind of sat in a similar room once he kind of saw what was going on and just said, I just don't want to be on my own.
Fair enough.
What do you make of all of this?
But I don't like anything like this. It's wrong.
No, me neither.
It's not right.
I do wonder if we've been brought here, given it sounds like he has some memory abilities, whether he's responsible for bringing us here and has some designs.
I'm worried about that.
But I don't really see what else we can do other than work with these people and
I feel sorry for them. I just want to help in some way at least.
yeah, I mean, I think I mainly would like to have some memory back, to be honest. It's somewhat disconcerting.
It's weird.
I don't even know if I'm from here.
It's feeling homesick but not knowing where home is.
Yeah. Yes, we might have, grown up 2 villages away, or we might be from continents away. It's a strange position to be in.
Yeah.
You all find your way to various forms of unconsciousness and wake up feeling rested. Except for Jack Stable, who I'd like you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, good thing that's my go-to. 19.
19. The good news is you manage to stay awake all night. The bad news is you get a level of exhaustion.
Well,
Disadvantage on all ability checks. Yeah. So, enjoy that one. What I would suggest we do is, are people happy for us to take a quick break? And
Yes,
refresh, refill, refund, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I'll say quick 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 25 minutes past 9. Cool. All right, see you soon, everyone.
See you in a sec.
And we're back. Cheers, Mark. Yet another stream I won't be showing to my mother. Okay. So.
I don't understand the joke. Can you explain it?
No, because the words Jack and Ismark together combined the name Jizmark.
But why is it funny?
Oh, I've no idea. Some people are just weird. First off, thanks everyone in the chat for sticking around and for joining us tonight. Vera, thank you very much for cheering that 100 bits to say Jizmark OTP. I don't no idea what OTP would stand for in this sense. Does anyone want to explain it to a idiot like
True
me?
pairing. It means one true pairing.
Oh, that's quite sweet. I like that.
You didn't know what OTP stood for.
He didn't know what 420 was, so come
I was going to say.
It's amazing. People don't know things until they learn them, and then they know them.
All right, everybody mark Kirby pretends not to have ever read fan fiction of...
No, I haven't read fan fiction. I used to have a friend who wrote it, but I've never read any myself, I don't think.
Kirby's the only person I know
Can I
who's
roll an
written
IRL
more
inside
fan fiction than he's read.
I missed what you said, Luna, but I'm going to assume
Can I
it was
roll an
inflammatory.
IRL insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, one of my D20s is on the floor and I never picked it up.
At least it's not a D4.
What was it? What was the roll?
Oh, I didn't actually roll.
It was
Oh.
a nat 20.
Shame.
Well, Luna
Yes,
gets
I
plus
have
30.
never written or read fan fiction as far as I'm aware.
As far as you're aware, that's an interesting addition.
Well, no, like
Did it in his sleep.
it's like Alan Wake. I wake up, there's a typewriter there. It's full of fan fiction. What does it mean? Anyway, when last we left off, our heroes, or at least our adventurers, had made their ways into the village of Barovia. They had made the acquaintance of Irina and Ismark Kolyanovich, and found out that the deceased Kolyanovich, Ismark, also they're called, which you find out at some point, had died several days before. You made the acquaintance of Mad Mary, promised that she would go and look for her daughter in the castle of the devil, and were just about to... You breakfasted on rotten bread and rotten cheese, because that's all anyone eats here.
You're welcome.
With a tangy little pang of maggots as they go through the holes, lovely, lovely stuff. I'm sorry, no maggots. The maggots weren't real.
It was the holes that were the problem.
If that's the thing, I would have cast a good berry and just handed them out because.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
cross off your spell
how
slot.
people. Yeah, that's fine.
Can I also say that my Wanderer feat means I can find food and water for myself and 5 other people every day?
Yeah, the food in the kitchen was mouldy bread and mouldy cheese. There aren't any particular plants to harvest out here in the wild. You can either eat what's there, or you can find sustenance in a local establishment.
Can I argue that I found it on the way to the town, between the outcrop and the town, because it was the same day?
You didn't say you were doing it at the time, but fine. You've foraged various mushrooms. You can assume that they're probably not poisonous.
Every day
Will
I
they get
forage
us high?
Mushrooms. Yes.
They'll do well. Either
They
that
got
or
me.
kill you, but
They got me to the roof and back.
Terrible joke.
Who are you giving the good berry to, Sive? Is it everyone? Is it just your crew?
No, I make 10 of them.
You made
Okay.
10 of them. Okay. So,
Yeah, so that's yeah. I hand them out to everyone.
cool. Excellent. Yeah, everyone gets fed for a day. I believe that's what that does. So, cool. You all feel comfortably satiated. Irina kind of like wakes up, just looks around at everything, the room, the lot of you, and just kind of... Morning, everyone. I've put a pot of tea on. After that, shall we make our way to the church?
Sounds good.
All right. She kind of brings round tea, and it's kind of like all in these. They'd be considered fine china cups, except they're not quite so fine, and they're also all quite chipped. It looks like they've seen better days. However, she does kind of like try and at least make them look presentable, and gives you the less chipped ones.
Can I have a nap for an hour while people are having breakfast?
You certainly can. You have a power nap. You get the benefit of a short rest. You're still exhausted. You're going to tell me you want to stay up all night? Yes, you get the benefit of a short rest, so all of your short-term abilities come back. Ismark and Irina kind of like say, well, we need 4 volunteers to help us carry the coffin. 2 at a push. Is it anyone in particular want to volunteer? Thank you, Jack.
Can I make myself look like Jack and volunteer, please?
Are you casting disguise self?
I don't need to cast disguise self. I'm a changeling.
Do we know that yet? Have you demonstrated this?
Not yet.
Okay.
Assume you remember you're a changeling, right? I don't know
Yeah,
how
yeah.
that memory works. Okay.
So you've got a basic sense of your abilities and things you can do. You just don't know why you know the stuff you can do. So yeah, none of your stuff is affected. Yes. Are you going to do that then?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone who looks like Jack.
Jack, but like ever so subtly more attractive.
A more attractive Jack wearing Rose's clothes appears and volunteers to carry the coffin, and presumably then disappears again as well.
I think they should flirt with Ismark a bit just to get the romance going.
Can I say, like, I popped out to get more, like, I popped into another room to find the wine flat picture from last night when this happened. So, as far as everyone was aware, Jack left and came back in Rose's clothes, volunteered again and left.
Yes, you can. You can both have a d6 to inspiration to add to any roll for that little bit.
Bold of you to assume it was a bit.
When I meant bit, I meant that little choreography. Anyway, moving swiftly on, Irina kind of like settles up at the head of the coffin with Ismark kind of on the opposite side. Jack, you can take your place, I guess, at the feet. Is there anyone else who's going to be helping?
I'll help.
Or Sive, you take kind of like the opposite position to Jack.
Wait,
And
did
there's-
you think I wasn't really volunteering?
Oh yeah, I thought you were just.
No, I was
Oh.
volunteering.
Okay, excellent. Well, in that case, you can.
I'm quite
also-
strong.
Okay.
That was the joke.
You take your position on the coffin as well, and heft your shoulder under as it gets lifted up.
Unless you'd really like to, Scythe. But I don't think you would have doubted my strength anyway.
I mean, it's a
Thank
job
you,
for
look at
4 to
Jack.
6 people, so if you want to join in, you can join in.
I'm happy to help along with Rose.
Okay. So,
Oh, wouldn't it be funny if I morphed back into my height and the coffin went?
Yes, it would.
That's a good question. How
It's-
tall are
wouldn't it be funny?
Irina and Ismark?
They're about 5'8"ish.
Okay.
Oh. The new batch of mead needs a little bit more honey in it. Very well. You proceed throughout the village, some of you holding a coffin, others not. I'll let you decide who is whom. and you proceed down the street, past the Blood and the Vine Tavern, past Bilrath's Mercantile, past Mad Mary's house, and out the following side to what seems to be a large stone building. One of the few stone buildings that you've seen since entering Barovia. Again, it, like everything else in this town, has seen better days. However, it does seem to be, at least someone's made an attempt to make it look good and kind of like maintain its upkeep. As you do so, there's a portly elderly man kind of like bustling his way out of the church, shutting the doors, wearing friar's robes, dressed in white. White friar's robes, there we go, that's what I mean. And who kind of like turns around and goes, hello, Irina, Ismark, I'm glad you finally made it. And Ismark goes, Father Donovich, yes, this is, you remember Father? And kind of like looks back. I was rather hoping we could bury him now. Donovich goes, yes, of course. You follow me, please. You make your way round the corner and find yourself in what seems to be quite a large graveyard considering the size of the town. The grass is overgrown. The masonry, it's not. There's not a lot of architecture. Basically, it's essentially stone slab after stone slab, with names, very few inscriptions saying like was a loving father or etc. Just mainly names and dates. And you make your way nearer to the further side of the graveyard, and there you find a hole dug in the ground already with a headstone saying Ismark Donovich, Ismark Kolyana. Indirovich, thank you. It's the strange naming convention of Barovia. And Donovich says, yes, lower him into the grave, please. And you're there. It's not a particularly long ceremony. It lasts, I think, about 10-15 minutes in total. A few nice words are said, a few prayers are uttered for those of you who are religious or care about such things. If anyone would like to make a religion check, you may do so. If you're interested in that kind of thing.
Total of 6 for me.
13.
Okay. 10.
11.
11. Okay. None of you have heard of this particular religion that is being preached. I mean, it's not really a religious. They're not really promoting the deity at this point in time, but the deity that is mentioned is the Morning Lord, and
I look at Sorrow like.
Yeah, they get really into it and kind of clearly don't see any issue with this name.
Oh no, it was. Never mind. Because of the. I don't understand, Kirby. Can you explain what the issue with the name is?
No, I don't know what the issue with the name is. I assumed you've had an issue with the name. Anyway.
mourning
It's
with
the-
you?
The
or-
pendant, because I have a pendant which relates to it.
Mhm.
No.
Yes, no, it's morning as in the time when the night ends.
Right.
It's complex symbology there. The image that you have on the pendant is that of a sun, like shining little. It's very pretty. Yes. Anyway, the service ends, and Father Donovich says, "All right, well, that's done. Then I'd best be getting back inside. Ismark, Irina." And he kind of like makes his way off round the corner and into the building again.
He was rude.
Yep.
Do you reckon at funerals here, they anyone have any objections? You know, given they've got lots of dead people walking around.
You look at Ismark and Irina. I'm assuming you're saying this at a slight distance to the two people holding hands and like mourning their father.
I don't really care.
Fair enough.
Are you still Jack?
Oh, I was thinking about turning into Yaki because I like his aesthetic more. Maybe I'll turn into one of those two. That'll be funny.
Yeah, Jack tried doing an insight check to try and like understand the joke. Didn't get it at all.
I see.
I stood there in the graveyard scratching his head.
I did a sanity check. They didn't hear you. Anyway, after about 5 or so minutes, Ismark turns around and says, I'm just going to go in and speak to Father Donovich a minute. Yes, if you want to get ready or leave or what have you, I don't mind. Excuse me. And kind of just bustles off around the corner following after Father Donovich. What are the rest of you doing?
Can I look at the graves and see if they're like disturbed?
Yeah, make a investigation check. Or perception, your choice.
Perception, please.
Sure. Look with your
Just a
eyes,
glance,
not with your hands.
just a glance around. I'm not like digging. I'm just looking.
Are you in there?
Yeah, I
Not the
won't have my
shovel.
hobbies mocked on stream, Kirby. That's not fair.
I apologise.
It's a 19.
19. There do seem to be some that have been disturbed, but not recently.
Okay. But what I'm looking at is like, has Earth been moved? Like, does it look like a hand has been jolted out?
Sometimes.
Okay.
It looks like they don't bother trying to fill it in anymore.
For legal reasons, I've never exhumed a body.
Thank you for clarifying.
I want to see if there's any signs of like undead armies or weird amounts of wolves around in this area.
Okay, make a perception check.
Oh, is it daylight?
It is, however, what you've come to notice is that daylight here doesn't seem to equate to daylight by your standards.
Okay, in which case it's 19.
Okay. You start listening very intently. You can clearly see that there's not much around. The fog that is surrounding the town, seemingly all of the time, has drawn in close, and it is quite a misty day. So you can't see very far. However, you can hear quite well. And you don't seem to be able to hear any howling or shuffling of feet or anything to that effect at this point in time. Okay. Let's have a perception check from everyone, please, except for Yaki, who's already catered.
Nat 20.
I got a nat 1,
Okay. Total of?
I think.
Who, me?
Yes.
22.
22. Thank you.
16 minus 1, so 15.
Okay.
13.
13. Sive, you don't pick up on a sound, but you do pick up on the reaction of Jack and Sorrow. Jack and Sorrow, you notice that there's this kind of strange groan, and you're trying to work out where it comes from, and then Sorrow, you're the one who picks up on it first. You hear this kind of it sounds like a groan of someone who's in pain. In pain. Definitely in pain.
I said nothing.
I don't know why else you would.
Luna.
It's like Father Donovich has gone back into the church for a bit.
Yes,
With
however
Ismark,
you do
as I recall.
with Ismark. Yes. Sorry,
Is-
Jack.
Jack getting a bit jealous here.
Yeah,
No,
Jack's a bit heartbroken right now.
Sorry, you do hear that from definitely. You perceive it as coming from the church. I'm not changing my phrasing.
Okay. Something's going on in the church then.
Mm.
I mean, I feel like if they're having a nice time, I don't want to interrupt them.
And
Yeah,
say, is it safer if we don't
We
interrupt?
should leave him to it.
Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, it was,
To be clear, I did say it was a howl of pain.
Okay. I mean, okay. I feel like I would. I feel like I hear a howl of pain, and
Distinct.
it triggers something in my brain that's like, okay, this is familiar. It's someone in pain.
Yep.
So, all right. I guess I will go to the church and see what's happening.
Jack's concern on hearing this as well is that something has happened to Ismark, so he's sprinting towards the church.
Very good. Sive, you've noticed both of their reactions. Rose, it's up to you quite what you do. You probably pick up on Jack sprinting away at some point, and Yaki as well, if you want to do anything by all means.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw swords and start going towards church.
I'll get Rose's attention.
Okay. Jack and Sorrow, you arrive. The door of the church is not hanging open, but it's open. You walk through, and in the kind of the entry vestibule, you see Father Donovich just like basically holding himself across a single like door, with Ismark trying to get past him. And Father Donovich is saying, "No, please don't go back there. It's private, all right? It's private." and Ismark is saying, there was someone in pain back there, and I think we should really investigate. And you see Irina come around the corner. What's the matter? There's someone in pain in the church.
think
I
we
mean,
should
I've been to
kink shame.
really boring churches, masses as well, so.
Can I?
Frequently I've been
I
in
mean,
pain
it
in
sounds like he's got his own private affairs, and we shouldn't kink shame.
Thank you. It's not like that, but thank you.
Yaki, you're going to have to explain what that means. I don't.
Can
I
assume,
don't remember. It just sounded like it was the right thing to say.
can I assume that I was running with enough momentum and sprinting that if I'd gone flying around a corner and someone was blocking a door, I probably just ran straight into them
I'd say
and knocked them through.
I
So
mean, you could knock into them. You could try and knock them through.
yeah, can I try and knock Father, whatever his name is, through the door? In the
Yeah,
speed
make
of
an
sprinting?
this will be an athletics check.
Um, 25.
I think that beats the door. I'm sure it says it in here somewhere. There's like, here is what doors are. I'm going to choose to believe that it's 10. So yes. Anyway, doors aside, you fly into Father Donovich, who is not expecting a barreling Jack Stable at all. You fly through it. The door flies backwards behind him, and he tumbles through, and you both kind of like pile up in a heap on the floor together. Ismark just kind of like behind, just peers through into the room, and you can see within the room there is a trap door that has been heavily locked, like a heavy iron padlock on it.
At this point, I'm assuming like I fall into like a tangled mess, lest like fall on top of.
Yeah, your limbs are tangled up.
Can I like pick him up and slam him against the wall as to like why is there a trapdoor in the middle of his floor with a lock on it that he's trying to hide?
Yes, you can. Again, that'll be another athletics check, please, and this time it'll be contested. Contested? Contested. There we go. Well, no.
I got 15.
Yeah, it's higher than a 2. Good job. You're holding the man against the wall. Please, I appreciate that this doesn't look good, but it's just and he kind of like stumbles over his words. Make an intimidation check.
Ooh, good. I like intimidation. 16.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely good enough. Yeah, so he's kind of like up against the wall. He's just like, it's please, it's my son. I'm just trying to help him. And
You're a priest.
it's at this point that you hear the sound of music coming.
This dude's a priest. What the fuck?
Not all priests are Catholic.
Is he allowed to have a son?
I would assume so.
Yes, of course I've got it. What? What kind of religion wouldn't allow people to have children? He seems genuinely offended at that. He's kind of like blustering away, and it's at this point that you hear the sound of music coming from the graveyard.
Oh God.
Does it feel like the hills are alive with?
I knew someone was going to make the joke.
Yeah,
I'm glad it was you, Tex. No, it's the sound of certainly a string instrument of some kind. Any of you got any musical training or might know what a violin is?
No.
Maybe would know what a violin is.
I'm.
Hands up if you feel like your character might know what a violin is.
Well, I think I probably know from nights in a bar in a tavern.
I mean, not every world has violins. Some of them have weird, stringy alternatives. But yeah, okay, cool. You all recognise what sounds certainly akin to a violin, if not exactly that. And it seems to be played. You're hearing the echo, but it sounds quite beautiful and resonant.
What are they playing?
They are playing. Do you know the song? The song. Do you know the piece, "The Dance Macabre"?
Yes.
Theme to Jonathan Creek. If you don't,
No, it's the Dance Macabre.
it is the Dance Macabre.
Please call it
Okay.
what it is.
I'm slightly disappointed it's not got a bit more of a.
Well, I know what's playing in my head.
I give up with all of you.
Not to go the other direction, but I was hoping for the whole. Is it Paganini and the Devil's? You know.
Paganini and the Devil's Fiddle.
That the piece that people believed that the
Satan.
devil must have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the one you mean. Violin. There we go. Yes, it's someone clearly playing the violin.
Violin.
Good. I'm glad we're keeping the note of tension in this scene.
I'm just going to keep singing along to the piece with violin.
You
Why is
hear
it
the sound
Beethoven?
of the violin playing the dance macabre.
Violin, violin, violin.
I love you all.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that and stop singing because I feel like that was a much better effort than mine.
Who was singing? Who sung a version of Violin during this little interlude? We had Yaki, we had Sorrow. Anyone else? I see. Sive, did you do one?
I didn't actually sing, so I'm
Okay.
gonna say I didn't. So
I'm going to give Yaki and Sorrow a D6 inspiration. It was beautiful. Rose and Jack, I appreciate you also contributed, but you already have inspiration. So
Yeah, I've still got my arm up against his neck on the wall.
I'm
Yeah,
quite
he's kinda
pleased
like-
with my classical music knowledge over inspiration. Thank you.
okay, fair enough. The
Rather-
point is, you would have got it if you hadn't.
Father's just enjoying it a bit too much. What's going on right now?
No, Father Donovich has said he's got, like he got to the point where he's actually like worked through quite a lot of the air in his lungs, and he's getting quite flustered with how he's breathing. So he's not being conservative with his oxygen. So he's kind of like going really red in the face and spluttering. Can you please let me go? Just put me down.
I ease off just enough so that he can actually breathe, but keep him pinned.
Excellent. Okay, and you kind of like his feet now touch the floor a bit because he's quite a bit shorter than you, and he says, "Oh," and he kind of like then listens. You hear another. After this whole kerfuffle's been going on, you then hear another like cry of pain from the basement. You hear the voice. It goes. There's the cry of pain, and then there's what almost sound like human speech, but it's. Please, let me out. But it doesn't sound right.
I'm going to fire up the old mage armor.
Okay.
Can I question the father about this a bit more? Other than try and establish why
Yeah, all
his
that.
son is in a trapdoor under
Yeah.
the church.
Sure. What is everyone else doing?
Well, given I was about to ask the same question, I'm just going to sit in a pew and watch.
I mean, you can do it
Yeah.
during the interrogation. There's no reason it has to be all Jack.
I
Good
am
cop, bad
I'm
cop.
ready for I'm anticipating this trapdoor being opened at some point, and I'm ready for whatever's coming out.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get like a defense. Is there a way to like see the trapdoor and like the main entrance? Or are they completely like? I wanna get a
Yeah, but you'd
position
have to be
between-
blocking a doorway. If you're happy with that, then yes, you can.
Yeah, that's good with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, wanna.
and
get
can
a
I see if I
defensive
can head
position
toward like while all that's going on towards the front of the church and like peek out if there's any way to peek out.
Yeah, you peek outside. The road that you're in seems uninhabited. It's not brightly lit because it never seems to be brightly lit in Barovia. But you can see clearly, and there doesn't seem to be anyone around.
I keep my crossbow ready and keep looking at, and then glancing between that and what's going on.
Okay. It's at this point that you hear the music stop. What's everyone else doing? You were questioning Father Donovich.
Yeah,
I assume Jack's going full Batman.
I'm going Batman.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll watch from behind him because you know,
I'm not being nice.
suspect.
I'm. Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say I suspect you might need some help.
Yeah, I'm just trying to scare him.
Okay.
I'm
me the
feeling
truth.
like there might be violence coming, and I'm so here for it.
Okay.
Let's just say in my interrogation, my longsword has come out and is
Ismark is aghast but impressed.
Is Mark? Yes, he is.
Okay, now you've got inspiration. Oh, yeah. Very good. So, yeah, what were you saying? You were trying to find out why his son's in the basement.
Yes.
Did you make an intimidation check yet? I've lost track after
No,
all.
I haven't.
Okay, make an intimidation check, please. Because Rose is assisting you, you can have advantage. Rose, well, I'm assuming, Rose, you said you were helping.
I'm not going to say what just
Yeah.
came to my head.
Okay, how would you like to help, Rose?
Well, I was mostly being backup because Jack's not exactly
Not the intimidating type.
No, it's not the intimidation. It's more words. I can't imagine he's spectacularly persuasive. But can I help by once again turning into Jack but better and just
Sure.
standing behind him?
You can. You're now Jack's twin. Jack, this reminds me, when you make an intimidation check, if you want to, you can choose to use your strength instead of your charisma.
Like behind, I want to do it from behind, like where Jack is, and then step out.
So,
Really psych him
Wait,
out.
which ones is Mark more into?
I need to figure out the difference between my... Okay, well that makes a good change from my strength going from... Or my charisma going from... Hold on, I've got to do maths now.
Right. Steve, make a perception check. Sorry,
No.
Sive, make a protection. Perception check.
Protection.
A protection check.
It's because of that
Sheath
bloody
that
longsword,
longsword.
isn't it?
Right.
Wait,
Okay.
I
No. Serious tone now. We're playing horror. Yes. No. Perception check, please, from you, Sive.
That's 19.
Oh, which one? Oh my god. No me. If in doubt, no me.
+1 and +2. Okay.
Aww.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know what? It did me well. If in doubt, no me. 23.
Okay. You no longer hear the sound of music. What you do hear is the sound of baying wolves and shuffling. Very faint, but it's there.
Something's coming. I shout out to them that something's coming.
Can we bar the doors?
You can try.
At the very least, like try and close the doors and stick some pews against them if they open inwards. If they open outwards, I'm not going to do that. So firstly, do the doors open inwards or outwards? They tend to open inwards on a church, but...
On most buildings, they tend to open inwards, I would say.
Yes, but every now and then they don't, and it's really stupid.
Yeah.
So, I had imagined it that they open outwards, but there's no reason they couldn't open inwards. Let's go with that.
Or
Alright.
hinged.
In which case, yeah, we'll probably just instinctively start to try and move pews. If there are pews, again, I'm making a lot of assumptions here about what this D&D church looks like.
They might use beanbags.
Yeah, they might, or they might just not. They might make everyone stand for you.
It is very similar to a typical church. You've got two rooms on either side at the front of the building. You can see that beyond there, you look out, there are some pews, but they're not in good condition. You could still use them to bar the door.
Right.
But yeah.
In which case, yeah, I want to start trying to move pews into the door.
I'll help.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, go me.
Very well.
22 for Jack's intimidation.
22 for Jack's intimidation. You hear Father Donovich go, please. It's my son. He went with the last... A year ago, one of your kind came to our town and convinced a bunch of the villagers that it was time to rise up against the devil. My son was amongst them. I begged them not to go. But he went. And then he came back. And he's different now, but I can help him.
How is he different?
How do you think?
I don't know. Tell me. Don't be so rude. With all due respect, we've just got here. Everyone is so rude and on edge all the time.
Did he
Have you
dye his
thought that
hair?
a bit of politeness goes a long way?
I'm sorry, living in the perpetual shadow of a vampire tends to put you on edge.
You can use it as a reason, but not as an excuse.
He's kind of
Also,
like
vampires tend to be perpetual. That's kind of their deal.
he's kind of like just like basically sagging against the wall now, and he's physically defeated, but he's also pissed off, and he's got to the bit of he's like he's kind of like at the end of his thing, and he's about to start not fighting but arguing. Like he's like, I asked you to leave it to me. I can take care of my son. I can make him better.
How about, my friend?
Which one of us is good and bad? I've forgotten.
How about, my friend? It sounds like something is coming this way right now. How about me and you take a trip to the church tower?
Oh,
Church
God.
doesn't have a tower. When you look outside, it's a rectangular building.
It's
Sorry.
church then, haven't you? Where's your bell?
I don't have a bell. Why would I have a bell? What kind of church has a bell?
How long would it take to construct a church tower?
Quite a while. Unless you have
Yeah,
some kind of
damn.
magic.
How about we take a trip to the roof?
Again, not typically the thing you can do. We're indoors.
Is there an altar?
Yes, there's an altar.
And let's sit you down on it.
Why do you want me to sit me down on an altar?
I was gonna say. Right, can I use...
And we're going to strap you down on it.
Strap me down on an altar? What is wrong with you people? Ismark is there at the side, kind of also going, yeah, Jack, I appreciate the input here, but really, what's the end plan that you've got in mind?
Maybe let Rose take over.
I don't know. I think Jack's onto something here.
I'm feeling like Rose might be more the person to go with.
Oh, see, I was gonna use my neutral alignment as an excuse to say, shall we just torture this guy?
I was going to do. I was just going to, just get some answers.
Exactly. Maybe it's living in this perpetual shadow recently that's making me so angry. But unless you start talking, mister.
I've told you everything. What more do you want from me?
Explain the situation with your son. I said I don't know.
I told you,
just
he
need to
went
be
to
less
the
of a
castle, he came back changed.
In
Why?
what way? In his clothes? Has he had a haircut? Fuck's sake. Sorry, I don't know I'm getting so mad.
And why
Sorry.
is there an army coming towards us at this church?
What are you talking about, an army coming towards us? Who's at the doors, by the way? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay. So you don't really need to make a perception check for this. What you hear, you hear the sound of shuffling feet. And then for about 30 seconds, you just hear the sound of fist hitting wood, just not really making any deep impact, because it's quite a thick church door. But it's just thunk. And then slowly, and then again, thunk, thunk. Like quite clumsy. And you hear this kind of like exhaling in a very zombie-ish, undeady kind of way. About 30 seconds go by of this thunk, and then the stumbling ceases, the thumping ceases, and you just hear the sound of something moving away.
Now, Father, do you want to go out there?
I will gladly go out there, as long as you come with me and leave my son in peace.
No. You go out there.
Interesting. Very good. Okay. Sorry, I just need to look something up very quickly.
Is it help? My players have resorted to potential torture in session 1.
Been there, done that. It's fine. No. So, what you see, you're holding Father Donovich, and you just see for a second his eyes glimmer, and you have this sudden urge not to harm him as you see this slight celestial shimmer about him, just over his body for a second, and he seems to regain some of his composure and just calm down for a second. He says, I appreciate that this is an unconventional situation. You are not going to harm my son. And he just moves away from you and stands in front of the trapdoor.
Do I notice what happened? Like, I notice a change in Jack's composure.
From the door that you're at, are you still standing at the front door pushing the keys?
Yeah, I would be. Yeah.
Not so much.
That's fine.
He's kind of like, you can hear what's going on, but yeah, you can hear the change in tone in his voice.
Was
Oh,
that
fine,
Jack,
okay,
or was
fine.
was that just Jack, or was that me as well?
You can both see it. You see this light shimmer come over him that you can clearly identify as a kind of like a holy energy.
I was never going to harm your son.
We weren't going to harm you, son. We're asking for answers.
I've given you answers. I appreciate.
You haven't.
All I've asked is for me and my son to be left in peace.
Look, Donovich, are you saying that your son's a vampire?
He's not quite a vampire. He's some halfway in between, and I know that I can revert him.
And
to
how are you
his
going to
human.
do that?
He kind of like just gestures to the light shimmer for a second.
Okay, well that seems fine, you know. Why don't we just leave them to it?
Thank you, that's all I ask.
Can you ask him to explain the mechanics?
it been
Because it feels like
easier
it'd
to
be
answer
useful
those
to know,
questions the
because
first
that might
time?
be the same position that What's-Her-Face is in.
Well, I assume you say, you shout this through from the door. I'm assuming you say Arena.
Yes.
Of course you're still
Okay.
here.
He kind of like glances at Arena and says, "Is there something wrong with you?" Arena says, "No, I'm fine." He kind of like pulls down and thinks, "Oh, she seems all right to me. I don't have you."
All right. Can you still explain the mechanics? Be useful to know, just in case.
The mechanics?
As in, what you actually planning on doing?
I'm planning on using a ritual to purify my son.
All right. Cool.
I would like to look in this priest's eyes,
Mm-hmm.
change myself to look like Sorrow, and say, I didn't realise this was how I had to look in order for you to answer my questions. In a manner that says, I have +6 in charisma, in persuasion, and +4 in intimidation.
I thought I had asked your questions. What question do you have to ask?
Oh, it's okay, you've answered them now. And then I walk out after sort of kicking him awkwardly.
Oh, make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, when I say kicking him, I'm not trying to hurt him. It's in a very
You still have to,
childish
yeah.
way.
No, I get what you mean.
Fine, okay.
Still need to make a wisdom saving throw.
13.
13. Okay, you can either choose to kick someone else or stop trying to kick him.
Do I know that he's done something weird here?
You saw him cast something. You saw him do some holy magic, and yeah, you have an idea.
Oh, okay. Can I ready up a spell without casting it?
Yes, but you'd lose it after 6 seconds.
That's fine. I have a firebolt in my hand.
Okay.
And I'm looking at him like, do you want to fucking try it?
He kind of like just stands there with the self-assurance of someone who is protected by a deity. And he just stands there and says, I'm sorry, I will answer any of your questions.
I'd like to tell him to get fucked in Infernal and Celestial and then walk out.
Okay, you can certainly do that. He looks flabbergasted, and just he's going like, well, I never, kind of moment. Except he doesn't actually say that. You just see the look come off on his face.
Can I then freak him out by going the other side of that and speaking to him in Abyssal?
Okay.
And going like,
You're overdoing it now, Jack.
I was going to say,
You're
I'll let
overdoing
you
it now.
know, Jack, that he doesn't speak Abyssal, so whatever you say, feel free to just make the vowel sounds at me, but he's not going to
Yeah.
get... He might just find it offensive.
He's
on
just
principle.
going like, just basically going, like, you better not harm your son at the end of this.
He kind of like stares at you in confusion and shock and horror.
And make him feel like I got a pact with the devil.
Okay.
Oh,
I
that
mean,
seems
Sorry,
wise.
was it
In
was
Barovia,
it
not so
Celestial
great.
that you
Well, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't
told
know
him
that.
to fuck off in? Rose,
Is it what, sorry?
was it Celestial you told him to fuck off in?
Both Celestial, I told both Infernal and Celestial, I told him to get fucked.
I chuckle at the telling him to get fucked in Celestial.
I don't know what Rose said because I don't speak Celestial, but I picked up a vibe from it. So as I walk off, I just make a gesture that in my where I'm from is rude.
Fair enough. He picks up the general vibe. So,
Yeah, I'm not going to go further.
Ismark and Irina also vacate the premises without such reactions, shall we say. So, you find yourselves... Are you making your way out of the church?
What can we see if there's still something outside? Is it?
No,
is it gone?
well, you can't hear anything.
Are there no windows in this building?
Well, there are windows, but they're on the opposite side. So they're facing the graveyard, and they're kind of like frosty. The way you are at the moment, you're basically in an entry hall with a set of doors. Sorry. I didn't design the module.
I make a mental note that architects and wherever we are shit.
Fair.
It's
Jack,
very, very bad
hi.
for defense.
Jack kind of wants to go full like hero. Pull out his sword. He wants to, and he runs this by everyone before he does it. He just wants to like pull out his longsword and just like open the doors and charge out and hope there's nothing outside.
Yeah, we can close it after you.
Cool. He's gonna close it after me. He's gonna do it.
Sorry, Sive.
We have to remove the pews.
We can
Do you
make
want me
like
to
a little
burn
bit
them?
of a-
I can burn them.
Well, I was just assuming we pull them back so we can like open it a little bit, sneak out, and then we can just push them back. And
Sounds good.
give us a shout if you survive, Jack.
Okay. You pull open the doors. Jack, you vault over the bench. Everyone closes the doors behind. There is what I presume is the sound of glorious battle and the swinging of swords as Jack makes an excellent show of fighting no one, for that is what you find outside. You find...
I was gonna say he just runs outside and goes, "Ah!"
Yeah.
Nope, all's quiet.
If anyone wants to assume that Jack has been immediately killed, you can.
Oh no,
Oh,
what
how
a shame.
sad. I'll turn into him again and just shoot a look at Ismark if he's still around.
It's quite handy that we're already in a graveyard.
I'm not digging.
Did they ever put it in the grave from the father?
Yes.
Shame.
Can I go to Donovich?
Yes.
Yeah. If you can't, what's your plan?
I don't know.
You've brought in a risk to everyone that lives here.
Everyone that lives here. There's no
In
one
the
else
town?
here. There's.
No, but
I don't know if you've seen. Less than a quarter of the villages, of the houses are inhabited. No one comes here anymore. I'm a priest to no one.
Oh, so you don't give a shit about Mary or the barkeeper or anyone who is in the tavern?
He kind of gives a weary sigh and
Because they don't come to church, is that what you're saying?
I expect you would get very angry with me if I told you what I believe the real reason is. But I will, of course, answer your questions, as I promised, if that is what you want.
Just answer my questions. Make it easy for everyone, please.
Very well. Most of the people in this town are lacking in souls. There's very little use in worship if you don't have a soul. And he kind of like sighs a little bit. He stops looking at you now and just kind of slumps against the wall.
I was hoping that my face was just saying bullshit, my dude.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He kind of like he's offered his information. He's slumped against the wall. But he's not arguing with you. Or he's just exhausted.
well, for the sake of your son, that you succeed. But you're not very nice. And just walk away.
Fair enough. He walks into the side room and kind of just doesn't slam the door, but just like shuts the door gently. You hear the latch or the little latch on the door just as it clicks shut.
We should probably go and bury what's his face.
Oh, I said I'd carry the coffin. I didn't say I'd bury him.
Oh no, the other guy.
Oh
think he-
yeah.
I think
The
he
one-
means Jack.
Oh,
that's the
again,
Yeah.
I didn't say I'd help.
Very
I'll
well.
Just go and open the door to see the carnage.
Yes. You see Jack in an alert stance.
No, Jack at this point has been outside long enough. He's just kind of just turned his sword upside down, like just stuck it in the ground and just sat down behind it and gone, well, that was fun.
Very good.
No, he didn't die, everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So I suppose we should get on with escorting Ismark and Irina.
Suppose we should.
Okay. We will be finishing relatively soonish because we've been going on for a little while. I'm aware of that. But I would like to get to just a little bit further. So we're just going to carry on for just a little bit. So you make your way out of town. Ismark and Irina are guiding the way, at least as far as telling you what direction to go in. What order are people travelling in?
I'm gonna take point.
Okay.
Face any challenges that come head on.
Okay. Anyone else taking the front as well, or you slightly further back? You walking as a big clump?
I want to keep Irina and Ismark in front of me.
They seem fine with that.
And I'll take the very back, just to kind of keep an eye on us. from
I'll
behind.
go in front of Sive.
Okay.
Wanted to join Sive at the back.
Oh, well, I didn't know that was an option, or I'd have said the same.
Yeah, you can stand wherever you like. So we've got Jack at the front, Sive at the far back, Sorrow behind Irina and Ismark.
Yeah, so you must have Jack, Irina, and Ismark, Sorrow, and then 3 of us.
Okay. If that's what you're happy with. Cool. Sive, I'm just going to send you something very quickly. Sorry.
Whispers.
Yes. Oh god, I've got to look up the bloody name now. 2 seconds. Okay. Cool. What? That's always satisfying. Yes, you make your way to the edge of town. Unless anyone wants to say otherwise. Okay. We can jump back to this in a minute if necessary. You make your way to the edge of town. Ismark kind of like gathers up some provisions from his house, and Irina kind of grabs a pack as well. It looks like they've both been packed for quite some time, ready to make a move.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good. I like this stuff. Yes, you start making your way out of the town. You walk past various things. Most of the buildings, in kind of like corroboration with what Donovich has said, the houses seem to be mostly abandoned, and it's only really in the centre part of town where there seems to be anyone. You see almost no one in the streets. You make your way out of the far side of town. Ismark and Irina kind of guiding you. They say it's going to take probably the far side of a day to reach Vallaki, and suggest Ismark's there's an encampment up the road. It's probably worth bedding down with that lot for the night. So if we can try and get that far, that would be great. Do you think? Just looks around for a scent to everyone.
Sounds good.
Good. Hey, sorry, exhausting day. Just kind of like both he and Irina start like trudging meaningfully in the direction out of town.
I'm still trudging with them slightly ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. That is absolutely fine. Do you want to make me a quick survival check, Jack?
Three.
3.
It's so well. You mean?
It can't be considered your fault because it is the weather. However, on your way out of town, you are hit by the rain and it starts pissing it down. It is thick and kind of like you all have to like pull your collars up, pull your hoods up, and just start wandering to where you are wanted to go. It makes things hard to see. It makes movement slow, and it takes you a couple of hours before you find yourself at the gallows, which is, according to Ismark, about the halfway mark of where you're trying to get to. You find yourself at this little crossroads type thing. There is a gallows. You find opposite that there is a small graveyard. However, most of the names on the gravestone seem to have been watched away. And the gallows doesn't seem to have seen any use in quite some time. You start walking on again. Jack leading the way. Ismark and Irina, Sorrow, then Sive, Rose and Yaki. And you've walked past the gallows when you hear a cracking noise behind you, and there's a creak. And you turn around, and where there was nothing before, there now hangs a figure with its back to you, and it's struggling and trying to free themselves from the noose around its neck. And then the figure twists around and spins around the rope, and you see that it is in fact Jack.
Okay, well I'm gonna try and get them down.
Yeah, I want to run
As
up and
in,
try and
like,
cut them.
actual Jack?
Jack, at this point you are unaware of this. Rose, you run
Okay.
forward to try and support Jack and try and get them down. And as you go out, you reach to touch them, you grab at their feet, and they just turn into ashes and dust. And drift away in a pile of ashes and dust on this kind of like wind and rain. It gets mucky, but it happens.
Ew.
Yes.
Mm.
Irina and Ismar can kind of like turn around and just go, what's going on? You alright? Kind of like looking at you. Well, you've got stuff on you. You alright?
I'm fine.
Oh, okay. They kind of like turn around and carry on. Jack, at this point, you've just about noticed that other people have stopped. And Irina and Ismark just kind of like start walking towards you and just go... And indicating to go on.
I stop and like put my arm up like that to try and stop them coming past me. Like we're just gonna stay here.
Oh yeah, they kind of like walk up to you and just like stand.
And I call out to everyone else and ask them what's going on.
We need to keep moving.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think this is just more magic-y.
Magic
Yes.
shenanigans. We need to keep moving.
Okay, right.
So we moving?
Yep.
Agreed.
Turning, carry on like with that hanging over me, expecting to get an explanation from someone at some point.
Now you know how it feels.
Okay. You travel on. It takes a couple of hours more. The rain somewhat clears up. It turns to a gentle spitting, which is always nice to say. You find yourself at a fork in the road, and Ismark indicates that you should take the path to the right, and says, "Yeah, down there, there's a camp of called Vistani. They're all right. They'll let us camp with them for the night." Righto, on then. And he kind of like walks on. And before too long, you find yourself at the Vistani camp. The rain clears up. The darkness begins to draw in, much like when you arrived at Barovia the previous evening. And you find yourself approaching this camp. It's got 4 or 5, 6 tents maybe, probably supporting roughly as many families, and you can see that off in the distance there's this like firelight, and there are people kind of like dancing around the fire and just generally celebrating. As you get closer, Jack, you notice that the clothes that they're wearing are quite similar to those of the 3 women that you saw in the tavern the day before. It's not the same, but it's a similar kind of style. And you find yourself there, and as you draw nearer to the firelight, one of them kind of like sees you and calls out, says, "Hello there. Are you joining us for the evening?"
Yes, I believe so.
Greetings. He kind of like peers closer and he's, "Ah, yes, we've been expecting you. Come in, please." And he kind of like turns around and beckons you in a hospitable way.
Maybe explain why you've been expecting us first.
You've come to see Madam Eva, no?
Oh, I would like to.
I mean, now you say that, we might as well, but
She is a seeress. She told us you were coming. And I assumed you've come to see her for a reading. No?
No, but well, we're just passing through and we're just camping here for the night. But I suppose whilst we're here, it can't hurt, can it?
Oh, well, you should come in anyway. Come, have some food, have some wine.
Fine. Jack's like
Wine,
straight
my
off
friend.
towards
Come,
the
come, come, come. And he kind of gestures you in, and you see the rest of the camp. They're all kind of partaking of the evening meal, having a little drink. Nothing too rowdy, but they're just having a good time. And you see that there is... they're all sat around this fire, and there's kind of log benches. And they're all kind of eating and drinking and making merry. And the man says, "Come, sit, please. My name is Dorego. If I can help you with anything, please, let me know."
Thank you.
I want to see this lady.
This lady, Madam
Yes.
Eva. I shall let her know that you have arrived. Excuse me. And he kind of bows away and just walks over to a tent. It's kind of clearly the finest tent, but it's also clearly the most fortune-tellery tent that you've ever seen, if you see what I mean. It's purple, it's got tassels, it's gorgeous. And he kind of like knocks on the fabric, as you see him say something, and then ducks inside the tent. You sit down, and well, assuming you sit down.
Might as well.
No, okay. Soro stands.
I stand and look unimpressed.
I'm stood by the door. I would say
You're outdoors at a campsite.
as in the entrance to her tent.
Okay, he that's kind of like a bit of a way away. He's ducked off to go around that. Are you following him over?
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of like sees you following and turns to, please, stay with your friends. I shall return momentarily. I'm sure she's expecting me, so she would.
So I stay where I am, in the peripheral of the fire.
Yeah.
Not quite following him, but with an eyesight of what's going on.
You've clearly got a line on the tent. Everyone can see the tent entrance. It's all good. So he ducks inside. Most of you sit down. Sorry, you stand near the fire. At least you can get a bit of warmth, or you don't even care.
I guess just behind where the others are sitting.
Fair enough. You see that apart from yourselves, there are a number of other Vistani people who clearly are all kind of like of the same clan or tribe or whatever these people are. They kind of like dress in a similar fashion, but no outfit is alike. It's just a general theme that you get with kind of like how they dress, kind of a fashion. But you see that there is also one other man there. He seems to be wearing kind of like mostly black, and he's kind of got salt and pepper, black and white hair. He looks grizzled, is how you would probably describe him. And he looks over and says, hi. Travellers too?
Oh,
Just kind of like raises a glass of wine at you and to your health. Oh, just kind of like doesn't lean back, but just stretches a bit, sitting on his loggings. Thomas.
Sorry?
My name is Thomas. Sorry.
Nice
Hi.
to meet you.
Nice.
I'm Yaki.
Yaki, nice to meet you. Looks around the rest of you.
Side.
Sive, pleasure.
I'm Rose.
Hello, Rose. It's nice to meet you. Kind of like looks up at Sorrow and he's trying to like gauge whether he should engage further or just leave you in peace.
I just shake my head very
Okay.
slightly.
Very well. Nice to meet you. And he kind of like looks over at Jack, who's a bit further off from the rest, but kind of like gives you a nod.
Oh, he'll introduce himself soon enough.
I literally am just like stood at that distance and I just catch it and I just go.
Cool. He acknowledges your nod with another nod. It is nodly.
What does he look like?
He looks on the nearer side of middle-aged, salt and pepper hair. He started with a dour expression, but he's, as I say, grizzled. He's got stubble on his cheeks, and he doesn't seem to be carrying any sort of weapon, which stands out because almost everyone you've seen so far has been wearing a weapon, even if it's just like a little dagger or something. All he seems to have with him is a satchel, and most of his clothing is dark. Kind of like sees you making an appraisal. Yes, it's I'm travelling for work. He kind of laughs a little at that.
Oh, what do you do?
I'm a tax collector.
A tax collector?
Yes.
Who for?
Kind of like, you can't really see the castle from where you are at this point, but he's just like, you know, him, Lord of the Land and all that.
Okay, so is he really the devil?
No, of course not. Don't be silly. He kind of like smiles. He's not like that was like a gentle like, oh, don't, no. So, I'm guessing you lot have just appeared in the land, not really known what you're doing, turned up, that kind of thing.
Happens a lot, does it?
More often than you'd think. So, where are you all from?
Well,
forgive me if I'm being too intrusive. I didn't mean to pry.
No, I've actually been travelling. I'm from a distant country called Marventia.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
Oh no, you wouldn't have done it. It's a small place.
Well, you know, what with the whole not being able to leave thing, it's a bit of a trouble.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Anyway, yes, you must be here to see Madam Eva. Probably here for a show or something like that. Travel on in the morning. That's my plan.
have you seen her?
Oh yes, I came to see her earlier. I always stop by when I'm in the area.
What's she like?
Nice, quiet. Word to the wise: be respectful or be quiet. She's not rude, but she's kind of the grandmother type. You know, takes a grudge, remembers a grudge.
Don't remember having a grandmother.
Oh, well. Yeah, just be polite and you'll be fine.
So have you collected much tax so far in your trips?
No, at the moment I'm just doing the records, preparing for what will be collected later. I don't do any of the collecting, you see. It's not wise for a man such as myself.
Fair enough.
Just seen what Vera said.
Thank you, Vera. Yes, his name is Pricks, I'm told. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your nut. Oh, and he kind of like looks up and you can see that Drago is returning.
Wait a minute. Mr. Castle Thomas man that works in the castle.
Oh, I don't work in the castle. Only you know, dead people work in the castle.
Oh, you don't know anything
if I'm
about the
dead?
castle.
I go up to the gates. I see maybe the main hall. That's as far as I go.
Have you ever seen, or do you know of a girl called Gertruda?
He kind of like wrinkles up his face, like he's trying to remember, and no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry. Just kind of, yeah, doesn't seem to know anything.
Are these taxes on land that you collect, or what are the taxes?
Oh, to collect the taxes from the burgomeisters of the village. Or the villages, sorry. For land farmed and so on. You know, standard tax stuff.
You ride from village to village.
I typically walk from village to village, yes. You know, good exercise.
And are you safe when you do it?
Yes, typically, because, well, the main dangerous person I'm safe from, and most of the people who are dangerous in the land are under his control in some way or another. And it was made known that were I to be waylaid under any fashion, that it might come off poorly for the people who were waylaying me. So.
And animals, you're safe from.
Yes.
Safe from the animals.
Yes. I can see you are quite new. There isn't much that goes on here that is not under his sway. I wish you luck. And he kind of like gives you a sincere like nod of.
Why do you do it? Why do you work for him?
Because it means I don't get murdered straight away. I don't live in constant fear. It's nice.
Does he pay you well?
Not particularly, but well compared to anyone else, I suppose.
So he isn't nice.
Oh, he's perfectly gentile. Take that as it will.
Do you mean genteel?
No, he means he isn't Jewish.
Thank you. Genteel. He's perfectly genteel.
Not that the concept of gentile wouldn't necessarily exist in D&D, or that we would remember it.
Moving swiftly on. Yes, no, he's just says, yes, I'm not particularly familiar. I don't interact with him much. I just, once or twice a year. But he's always seemed relatively honourable. You could certainly call him a man of his word. Probably. He kind of like, you see him think that, and then he kind of like shakes his head as like, I should not be thinking that thought. Anyway, and you kind of like, it looks over and Drago's kind of like standing there. He says, please, Madam Eva, if you are ready, we'll see you now.
Right.
Very good. He kind of leads you over to the tent, holds it open for you aside, and within you see that it's quite dark, but you see that there is a central circular table. And at the back of the tent there is an elderly woman sat in what is the closest thing to a comfy chair you have seen in a very long time. And he kind of like gestures for you to go in. Is everyone going in? Okay, excellent. You head in, and you hear, you see the curtain fall, and you hear Drago kind of like start walking over and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to perform for you," and begins to go into a song, which I'll send you the lyrics for later, but I'm not singing it. I know, I was going to, and then I was like, no, we're running too far over. It takes 2 minutes anyway. So, you walk inside, and there's an elderly woman sat in this kind of like, basically what looks like a cushion that's been sewn into a chair. She's just sat there, kind of like her eyes flicker slightly and look at this. Welcome on in, children. You are the latest arrivals, I suppose. She kind of like stretches a little bit and draws from within one of her sleeves a deck of cards. Says, I suppose you're wondering why you are here. Please, sit. Do not make yourselves uncomfortable on my account. And there are indeed 5 chairs in front of you.
Jack,
Take a seat.
Now go sit down.
Sit down.
Jack's staying by the entrance.
Okay.
And his hand sort of like drops down to the hilt of his longsword,
Mm-hmm.
but quite subtly. So just looks like he's like just stood with his arms like crossed around his waist.
Okay. Sorry, what about you? Are you standing as well?
I will sit.
She kind of looks at Jack and just says, "Oh, young man, please, you do not need to feel uneasy around me. I promise I will do you no harm, and neither will any of my family while you reside with us." And she kind of just gives you like a genuine smile. Incredibly wrinkled, but a genuine smile.
He sits down but keeps his arms crossed in the same position.
Oh, fair. She kind of like just gives you a little wink. Says, "Now, I suppose you're wondering why you've been brought here. It's hard to say. I believe you have been brought here to free the land of its curse. I believe you will have heard of our gentle benefactor who presides over the land. Strahd von Zarovich, yes?"
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like looks around for like a spark of recognition from everyone. Excellent. Well, he's been here for a long time. I do not know if you are aware, but the man is a vampire. But 'twas not always so. But more than that, he is the first vampire. All of the creatures that have followed since are hollow imitations of him. I believe if we can free the land of this curse, perhaps we can free all of the world from vampires. Wouldn't that be a thing? She kind of just gives a little smile. And who knows? Maybe you can earn fortune and fame doing so yourselves if you need some motivation. But I believe it is the only way you will be able to go free. So, a reading then? To help you on your journey? And she kind of like looks around, kind of trying to get everyone's consent.
Sure.
Please.
Okay. She draws this deck of cards, places it in front of her. The lights around you seem to dim somewhat. There isn't any particular source of light. Oh, Christ. Computer's trying to turn off. There isn't any particular source of light, but it does seem to dim. And the edges of the tent turn darker. And she kind of like puts her finger on top of the deck, draws a single card, but without looking at it, she says, "This card will tell you of history. Knowledge of the ancient will help you better understand your enemy." Just flips it over. Ah, the traitor. Look for a wealthy woman, a staunch ally of the devil. She keeps the treasure under lock and key with bones of an ancient enemy. Takes the next card under her finger, and her gaze kind of shifts across you once more. Ah, this card tells of a powerful force for good and protection, a holy symbol of great hope. She flips it over, looks at Sive. Ah, the druid. An evil tree grows atop a hill of graves where the ancient dead sleep. The ravens can help you find it. Look for the treasure there. She takes the third card. This card is of power and strength. It tells of a weapon of vengeance, a sword of sunlight. Flips it over. The bishop? What you seek lies in a pile of treasure beyond a set of amber doors. Draws another card. This card sheds light on the one who will help you greatly in the battle against darkness. Flips it over. The marionette. And you see her face contort slightly. What horror is this? I see a man, made by a man, ageless and alone. It haunts the towers of the castle. You see her finger tremble slightly. She takes it off that card. And finally, your creature is your enemy is a creature of darkness, whose powers are beyond mortality. This card will leave you to him. And flips it over, and there is the picture of what you could only describe of as a young and innocent soul. She says, the innocent. He dwells with one whose blood sealed his doom, a brother snuffed out too soon. She pauses and just kind of sets her hand to the side. Interesting. You all give me hope, I think. Looking at you, I think you could be the ones to succeed. Take what guidance of mine you will, or take none at all. There have been others who have waltzed straight up to the castle and died. But you do not need to follow my words if you do not want. It has been a pleasure. Do you have any questions of me?
Do you know who brought us here?
That is a yes and no. Specifically, no. There are dark powers that govern these lands, and they tend to play games with interesting people. They tend to look and see if there is anyone that they should be keeping an eye on. I suggest that you might be some of these people.
How many other people have tried?
Too many. I do not know. I am an old woman now. I can no longer keep count.
But this has been happening for a long time then.
Yes, a very long time, before my time. I am but a humble 120 years. My predecessors were here long before me.
Are you asking us to wipe out an entire race of undead creatures, but still an entire race of people?
No, I am asking you to break a curse on an individual. How you do that is about you. How you choose to do that is up to you. Most people favor a direct route. I am indicating that if you were to wipe him out, then it might be possible one day for all people to be wiped out, is what I'm saying.
Are they all bad?
No. I'm not saying that by killing him you will wipe out all other vampires. I'm simply saying, if you can beat him, then it is achievable.
Will we get to remember who we are?
She draws one last card. and she holds it up so that it is the reverse facing you, and she glances at it. And as she does so, it flickers into flame and just vanishes away. And you all get a sudden flash of memory. And that's where we're going to call it for this evening. Oh, well, that was fun. And we've only slightly run over. So, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in the chat. Much appreciated. I'm going to go back and read through all the interesting things you've said, because I have not, I've not had a chance to keep track of it. Of course, we do have some lovely people with us. I tell you what, actually, we'll do the Syrinscape bit first. Syrinscape, they provided the music for today. It was great. I loved it. There will be a link to their stuff in the video on demand that you're watching, if you're watching the video on demand and not watching the live one. However, check them out, syrinscape.com. They're great. However, the people I have with me are even lovelier than Syrinscape. Let's start with Nummy. Who are you, and where can people find you on the interwebs?
Hello, I am Nummy Numbers. You can find me on Twitch with my bays Joanna Wanna and Lazy Jane at Booty Bay Squad. I have to do my own shout out here. Did it work?
It did.
Yes, it did. We like to stream lots of games, and it's lots of sweary, burpy, weird nonsense. So come and check us out. Why not?
Indeed. Tex, tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm Tex. I'm a variety streamer. You can find me under Tex Unplugged on Twitch, on Twitter, and on YouTube. I do a variety of stuff. I do Stardew on Saturday mornings. On Monday evenings, we're alternating between doing a playthrough of Blades, which is a tabletop RPG, if you're not familiar with it, about a group of criminals. And currently playing through Dark Souls. I also sometimes do live acoustic streams, as well as random other crap that I feel like doing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Luna Malt.
Hi, I'm Luna.
Hello.
I'm also on Twitch. I have been on like the longest break ever. I'm a really bad streamer.
No, you're wonderful.
But usually, that was quite loud. Usually,
Sorry.
He's done it again.
Usually, I stream spooky things and weird things because I am weird and spooky. I'm also on Twitter and Instagram where I'm way more active because, yeah, my ego is obviously more important than Twitch, apparent to me. Anyway, I'll stop being
Chat is disagreeing
self-deprecating.
and saying you're a wonderful streamer also.
Oh, well. Oh, chat, how misguided you are.
I mean, they're here.
Thank
It's
you.
fine. They can't be
No,
misguided.
how dare? Oh, okay.
I'm saying they can't be
I was about
misguided
to say,
because
how
they're here
dare
watching
make
you
this-
lovely people.
The self-deprecation about you.
Thank you, Luna. That was lovely. Gaijin.
So yeah, I'm Adam from Gaijin Gamer. I'm a bit of a weird one. I do a bit of everything. I'm a variety streamer. Currently have a schedule of 3 times a week. But alongside that, I am also a leather worker. I have current commissions in project right now. And it's not been that easy to see right now, but this whole breastplate, I'm going to zoom back, that chat hasn't really been able to see, is 100% handmade by myself. And I believe most of the stream team are sporting these dice trays that were lovely made in various colors. Do everything from keyrings to wallets to watch straps, anything and everything. If it's not on my website, there's a commission for it. So give me a shout on that. But
Also smells really nice.
leather always smells
To be
nice.
weird.
Yeah. I sent keyrings to my girlfriend the other day, and she was like, "This smells like Adam's shed," and then clocked that my shed smells like leather after 6 months. So yeah, that's who I am.
Thank you very much. And Claire.
Hi, I'm Claire. I don't stream, but for once, I have a thing to promote. I'm working on a script with my friend for this kind of cosmic horror musical thing, kind of like War of the Worlds, but Cthulhu. That'll be happening at some point. If you check out at RMB Composer on Instagram, that's where you'll get updates for it. But yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Obviously, just a reminder, I am Kirby Rawstorn, charity streamer under the organisation Roll Together, currently raising money for cancer research. We will be changing that as of, I want to say, Monday. I believe going to be supporting the Clean Air Coalition. I can't remember if that's their exact name, because I just think they're great, but I'm new to them. So anyway, links and stuff, all that will be available later. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. We're going to go give Precious Rogue a quick raid, because they are streaming Phasmophobia. Hope you all had a lovely time. Thank you very much for coming, and I'll see you all soon. Bye, everyone.